Space. Who likes space? I do! Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. How's it going? Hello, so adorable. Hello, love. Hello, my love. What's going on, Caleb? Tolkien Otaku. Hello, hello. Space Cadet Jimmy. Commander. Good to see you in here. How is everybody doing tonight? So, I said on Thursday that I was going to be taking the rest of the week off and be back on the 7th of January. Well, that has been determined to be a lie. Because we have clear skies. The telescope is up and running. We are looking right now. We have half an hour on the Jellyfish Nebula. Nursing a sick pupper due to double ear infection. Oh no! Oh no! Give it all the hugs and scritches and everything that it wants. Hopefully they heal up pretty quick. But good to have you guys in here today. Like I said, I had thought that we were going to be taking the week off, but I am happy to be here. I am so happy to be sharing these images with you guys. At least he's only 20 pounds ish. A smaller pupper. It's I always find it like adorable when you have like these massive dogs. The massive dogs, I think they are lap dogs. And even if it's just part of the rear end, just part of the rump will sit on your hip. And they just think they're not intruding on any of your space at all. Dogs know no personal space, and it's wonderful. But yes, hope everybody's doing really well tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is what this channel is all about. This is what the channel is all about, sharing live images of outer space with my telescope here in southwestern Ontario. We are in Bortle 3 skies. That means that we have very little light pollution. Walking outside, once again, seeing the Milky Way. I am so happy to be seeing that again. It is absolutely wonderful. So this is our first image of the night. We're a live stack, of the Jellyfish Nebula. Now, I think I'm going to have to switch cameras here. Now, I usually have this camera as my shoulder camera, which works out better for, I would say, our Lego stream, but we didn't do a Lego stream today, so I'm probably going to... This has been stuck on here for quite some time now. So I'm going to have to switch the cameras, just so I at least have my information on the targets that we're looking at, and also some other targets that we want to have a look for. What's going on, Badger? How are you doing? Glad we got some clear skies. Exactly. How are your skies? How are yours? Are we sharing in these same spoils? All right, I'm going to put that away for now. I'm going to switch and bring this camera over here. Bring this... Well, I say camera, it's my phone. It's just so I can get the information. But now here's the shoulder cam, looking very closely at the desk mat. That's just not a bad view. That's actually not really a bad view to have. I don't know. Do we like this is kind of in your face, especially if we're doing like a Lego build or something like that, This is very close up. I don't know. We'll play with that one later, but yeah, let's go back to our live look. Yeah, finally some clear skies tonight. It's been cloudy for a while now. We even got some snow last night. We got some snow as well. We got some snow. Are we in the same area? I try. Well, I definitely don't. For the sake of just personal space, I don't keep track of where people are always from. Are we in the same area? But yeah, we had some snow last night and a little bit this morning, but we are... Actually, I can cancel that. Let's leave that there. Will that keep running? Will this keep running if I just turn it off? It does. It does keep running. You're in Oklahoma. Okay, no, we are totally far away. We are ways away, but glad you have some clear skies. Glad you got some clear skies. Yeah, it is... It has been way too long. Now I don't know how. Here's the problem is I'm not too sure how. Hey, speaking of far away, yes, Caleb, what are tonight's lottery results? That'd be a big help if that's cool. Very green, Christmas and gray, Bruce. We had I guess it kind of depends on where you are. I'm counting Christmas. We had a lot of heavy fog in the Grey Bruce area. Stephen Pem, hello, welcome in. Now, you and I seem to be a little bit of a neighborly folk. But how you doing? But yes, glad to have you guys in here. We're in Bortle 3 skies. It is nice and clear out tonight. It is freaking freezing as well. We are at -12, and I really didn't have to turn on the cooler on the camera, but we got the camera sitting at got the camera sitting at minus 25 degrees Celsius right now. And I was doing that in an effort to hopefully start to see a bit of a drop off in that weird, some of you who've been watching in the past may have had that weird signal that's heavily in the red. And it seems to have calmed down a little bit. But it just seems, I don't know what's up. What's up? I drive up in the fog on Christmas Day to your parents in your shallow lake. It was a really heavy fog on Christmas Day. So I guess technically we had a white Christmas. But it's also the times when we wake up in the morning and we got like 30 centimeters overnight. And it's like, all right, Mrs. Canuck will fire up the tractor. We'll clear out the drive. That is if anybody has to go anywhere. Because I don't know about everywhere else or how everybody's been having their weather. Like, we've been trying to get an outdoor skating rink set up, and it just the temperatures aren't consistent enough. It's difficult to get that ice rink built, and I'm hoping that we can have maybe a few, like 2 weeks maybe of cool temperatures, so we can actually get the even if one of the lakes around the property will freeze over, one of the ponds. Sorry, we don't have a lake. My goodness, we get a pond freezing over. That'll be good. But yes, the area that we are looking at, right now, is the area where I have yet to adjust how big Stellarium is in the window. Yes, I am in Ontario. I am in southwestern Ontario, in the Grey Bruce County, and it is. Like I say, I'm very fortunate to have Bortle 3 skies. All that work to get the rink ready and it gets mild. Exactly. Exactly. So it's like we tried buying one of those little dinky things from Walmart just to have a little small rink close by to the house. And it hasn't been able to. We haven't had a good enough amount of cold weather. Jesse Skinner, what's going on? Hello from Barrie. Just a little ways up down Highway 26. Well, welcome in. Glad to have you in here today. Yes, like I said, we're utilizing these dark skies to take a look. Now, we have imaged the Jellyfish Nebula in the past with the big telescope, and see, the big telescope is the big one that you see on the very bottom of the mount. Middle one is the 72 millimeter refractor, and that is the scope we're using tonight. This is Skywatcher 72 ED, and that is what is bringing us this image of the Jellyfish Nebula, which I haven't actually had the opportunity to do this yet. Actually, I noticed I've turned off some things, haven't I? All right, hang on. There we go. I'm wondering why we got why some of these channels have where the music is turned off. All right. So yes, like I said, we were planning on having some time off, and like I said, I would also change the whole schedule to be able to show you the universe, show you the night sky, take a live image of outer space. And also, Jesse Skinner, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. For those of you who are new to the channel, who are just kind of popping in for the first time, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is what we do here. We'll take this telescope, we'll show you live images of outer space, and we are looking at the Jellyfish Cluster IC443. And let's get that up on here. So this is the Jellyfish Cluster in where it is in relation to the night sky. We have Orion, the constellation of Orion, is available all night to us. So we'll go back. We're going to take a look at. We're going to go over to the Orion Nebula because it is wonderful. Live video of a million years ago. Well, we got right now
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, wonderful, Lily, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the redeem. How are you doing tonight? Glad to have you in here. Now, the Jellyfish Cluster, so not Jellyfish Cluster, the Jellyfish Nebula. Jellyfish Nebula is a supernova remnant. So this is where a star has exploded, has ended its life in some grand fashion. Let's go over here. Let's take a look at the actual image we're looking at. And it requires a O3 filter. Now, the filter that we're using tonight captures the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, and hydrogen beta, which makes it this tri-band filter. So you can filter out so much of light pollution, and you're only left with a lot of the interesting features, such as the what remains of the Jellyfish Nebula. You're good. You're on day 2 of sobriety. I am doing very well. And congratulations on this journey. I wish you all the best in that. But hopefully everybody has also had a very wonderful new year, and I wish you all the very best for 2022. I know, like I said, I had a tweet that we've had highs and lows, and I just hope that we can earn some more W's this year. And Lily, that's got to be a massive W for you right now. And like I said, I wish you all the best for that on that journey. And yeah, we'll be doing everything that we can to make life a little more interesting. It's to try to have as much of a positive impact on things. Like, I'd imagine, like, showing you guys this. You if you're looking up in the night sky, you're not going to see the jellyfish cluster. Sorry, I keep calling it a cluster. It's a nebula. It's a supernova remnant. You're not going to be able to see this with your own meat cameras, unless maybe you're going to have a larger telescope with more filters. But the more filters that you put on a telescope for observing, you're cutting out a lot of the light, a lot of the information that's going to get to your eye. And because our eyes are very inefficient, they are not that great for looking at dim targets. So you need to have as much light coming through as possible. And if you're letting through too much of the light pollution, then a lot of this is going to be just barely a great. You might catch a faint glimpse of this leading edge of the nebula. You've learned that sobriety gives you tons of free time. It can be kind of boring. You need a hobby. Now, it's also I guess it's trying not to replace one habit with another, in the sense that I don't know. I think it's going to be, again, this is part of the journey of what is going to provide fulfillment. I can't exactly speak from any experience, but I mean, I like to do astrophotography. I like to do visual observations. I like to still play with Lego. I had plans today of rebuilding my Big Bang Theory set just to have it on the display, but that didn't happen. Ended up being a little bit of, I'm watching the weather. Are we going to be doing imaging? Is the weather, because there are very conflicting numbers and information for our forecast. Like, even now, I bet you Clear Outside is still saying that the weather is going to be crummy. So that's also another thing, is I'm taking advantage of this clear sky, because here's what it looks like. Hang on a second, sorry. This is the forecast right now, saying that we have all this cloud coverage. But again, like I said, that we're going to be taking some time off. The clouds have, the forecast has been fairly wildly inaccurate. Are you going to start working on some Blender tutorials this week? All right, cool. Yeah, you were talking about that. You said you're going to have start working on Blender as well. So that's really cool. It's very interesting to get into. I've seen some really cool people do some amazing things in Blender. It's all red and orange for the next 7 days for you. See, that's the thing. It's like here, like, it wasn't until I checked on the forecast for night shift on the camera. Sorry, not on the camera, on my phone, and it said it was going to have excellent skies tonight. I'm like, really? And sure enough, checking the other forecasts, our other forecasts on the College of DuPage, it's freaking freezing everywhere. But this is our area, and we have like this nice little pocket of clear skies. And even Environment Canada is showing that we have like this nice, tiny little cloudless, high pressure area, just in the right spot. So we're gonna take advantage of it. We're gonna try to get as many images as possible tonight, and I think we'll pick another target momentarily. I've just been trying to gather as much data on here, and it looks like there's a possibility that this weird thing that's been happening with in the red end, or the red channel, is possibly sorting itself out. This website, the website that we have, I'll copy that in the chat. Now, I think there's still other satellites you can pick, but this is the this is satellite radar and the forecasted skies for the next for 8 hours. For what time is it? 9 o'clock, 10, 11, 12, 1 for the next 4 hours of what it's predicting. So it's just a good app to use, especially or a good website to use, especially if you're in this area of southern Ontario and the northeastern United States, to see if you're going to be able to have some clear skies, even if it isn't for astrophotography. If you're just having some plans, you just want to make sure that you're going to have some decent weather coming through. But there's just a bunch of different websites that I'll use and cross-reference and try to verify if we're going to have some clear skies. Sometimes everything is completely wrong and things go in our favor, like tonight. And then other days it will say that everything's supposed to be nice and clear, and then we just see like this absolute large patch of clouds come rolling through. Clear outside is the best and also the worst. Yes, it really is. So if you go to clearoutside.com, that's another thing to check out for your clouds, or even just general weather as well. It will give you some information on, if you're interested in the dew point temperature. Anyway, it's going to, you just kind of punch in your coordinates, or you just enter your city name, and it'll pull that information up there for you. And then Samsung. Oh my goodness, Samsung, thank you. 1 year.
Holy potatoes.
1 year! Yeah! My goodness, thank you so much. Man, I need to start doing something else for 1 year, because that's momentous. I even think you just might abandon your 999 plus messages limitation. Well, I am always happy to have you in here. Always glad to have you in here. On to the spike of massive appreciation for you. Thank you so much for 1 year with us here. My goodness. I for seeing these 12-month subscriptions rolling in, and now there was we had one off stream for 13 months. Like that's incredible. I appreciate you guys spending time in here so much. And yeah, 1 year. 1 year of putting up with me. I appreciate it very, very much. All the goats. Exactly. Or exclamation point, all goats. I'm more tolerable than other space channels. Hey, I do what I can here. I want to be able to provide a fun and engaging and educational channel, and just talk to you guys about space and being able to show you guys images of outer space. This is what I love to do, and I appreciate it to absolutely no end that you guys will hang out here And no, Caleb, you are wonderful as well. It is. I count myself very, very fortunate to be in this position and being able to do this as often as possible. And also, I do appreciate those who have stuck around for the times that things got a little shaky with the move, and that just, there were things beyond my control, and I appreciate you guys coming in. New Year's resolution, same thing we do every year, Pinky. Try to take over the world. How's it going, Uncle Bill? How are you doing? I'm a very approachable guy talking on a very interesting subject. Why, thank you. I try not to be a dick so much. Actually, I don't really think I am. I don't see a reason why I would be. If anything, it's being a fun dick. That's it, New Year's resolution, get more telescopes. Yes. More scopes. More telescopes. How you doing, Uncle Bill? Good to see you. Good to see you. So yes, we were looking at IC443, the Jellyfish Nebula, which is a supernova remnant which requires an O3 filter, and the filter we're using has O3, as it is a extremely dim, irregular boomerang-shaped wisp, elongated northwest to southeast, and 4 faint stars are embedded, and this nebula is brighter on its northeast edge that faces outward. So this is that brighter kind of leading edge of the nebula. And this whole thing is approximately 1,500 light years away. So it's within our galaxy. It's within the in the Orion spur. And we've stacked 17 or 18 images now. I'm actually looking at maybe getting a night crawler for your Esprit 100. Probably the WR35 itself costs more than the scope. Ooh. See, it's the items that, like, the scope is the item you need, but then a mount is also going to be a very, very important bit of kit. But then it's like, what takes precedence over the price? Your New Year's resolution: stop drinking, make your room something that you'd be okay having guests over. I think that is a fair resolution to do. I have not made any New Year's resolution per se. It is just try to do better by everybody as often as I can. And I know it can be, like I said, there's some interesting times going on, and it's trying to stay out of a funk of sorts. And yeah, just trying to be able to be more attentive to everybody. And there is more than just me around here, Good evening, Quiglius. How are you? You were homeless when you moved in, so your room is kind of bare bones. I mean, it is to being able to work it so you can have some more guests over. I think that is a very good effort there, Lily. I'm always glad to have you in here. Yours is to lose the 21 kilos you gained this past year. You care to have a friendly challenge there, Samsung? Because I will join you in that for sure. And hopefully y'all did have a wonderful New Year's Eve, a recuperative New Year's Day for those who may have partied a little bit. But like I say, it was very quiet, very subdued over here. But glad to have you in here, Quiglius. Iron, strength, and iron. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Yeah. I think that is going to be a goal. Not only as this goal, which we haven't really set yet because I wasn't planning on streaming today. So if anything is like, the wreath is still up. Like I said, I wasn't planning on streaming until like next week, but the skies are clear. I could not leave this unchecked. You gave up on New Year's resolutions. You never kept them, so you just gave up on making them. I think it's just always making that regular everyday effort. Just something little. Start small. Like, don't leave a coffee mug somewhere. Very little small goal. Just always make sure that it's washed and clean and ready to go. Not like, this was washed and clean, but now it's full of coffee. But after the end of every stream, I sometimes leave this this mug and my glass of water in the room. But a little thing like that, try to make sure that's always clean, you know. Hopefully, not drinking will lead to losing weight. I think that seems to be a you know, a fair thing to do. Was it the ISS you saw in the All Sky cam earlier? That did we have the ISS? Your goal is to purge one thing a day from the house for each person in the house. We'd love to get some decluttering done this year. I don't know. Yeah, clip it. Let me see, because we can check as well. Is the ISS in our... no, it probably just would have been a regular airplane. I gotta say, quickly, yes, moving helps. However, I don't recommend moving. If y'all don't have to move, stay put and enjoy your dwellings, because as soon as you start throwing everything in boxes, yes, you can really decide on what is going to be purged, what is going to go to Goodwill, what's going to stay, but you really do realize that there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of boxes, and if you don't want to move a heavy box, sometimes like, I don't really need that. So yes, we have a pass of the ISS in the early hours, of the evening, so it may have just been an airplane. We do have an airstrip near here, but they're not going to do any. I don't see them doing any night flights. But yeah, let's we'll have a look at that. Are you tired of moving? You've moved 9 times in your short life, and you're done with moving. I'm right there with you. It's a weird kind of stress that comes over, and you kind of at the end of the day of packing up, and you don't even realize the day what's gone by in the day, you know. And it is exhausting physically and mentally. I just checked. You notice the navigation lights flashing. Yeah, we don't really have that many airplanes flying over, which is good. But now we have had. So we had. How long is this? I had this running before we started, and we got 72 seconds left. We'll let one more go. We'll let one more exposure come through here on the Jellyfish Nebula. And like I said, we've tried to image it before with a larger scope, and we get like a field of view with the bigger scope. That's about this. We can't get the full nebula within it, but I always like catching that brighter edge. And I'm gonna see if we pick another target. Now the cooler, see, it's -11. It feels like -15, and I have the camera cooled down to -25. The camera isn't working that hard to keep it at this level, but you can see, like zooming in, it's all the signal. We have all the signal and like almost no noise in here. And I say I've stretched it pretty far. In fact, I haven't actually really adjusted this in a few exposures, so we can probably bump it up a little more to start seeing a little more detail, because there's still even more nebulosity past the that brighter edge of the jellyfish, which you don't always get, because again, that's another dim area of hydrogen alpha. Are you thinking about making the JWST in Minecraft? That'd look cool. I think that'd be interesting to see. And I wonder how large would you have to make the how large you have to make it to get those hexagonal mirrors looking like decent hexagons. All right, so we'll back this off a tiny bit. Let that last one come through. Now these are 3-minute exposures. Again, just keeping them short, also because that's the only dark frame that I have. But we'll save that, and that one is pretty darn interesting. Let's stop that. We're going to pick another target. And I think I want to go, probably going to have to go with something that maybe we haven't imaged in a while, or something we haven't actually gotten around to imaging before. Now there was Quiglius. You had mentioned there was a galaxy. I don't know if it's available yet. There was like it was the antenna galaxy, I believe. Do we have that available? And oh no, there's a few in here. Well, searching for antennae galaxies. Because I think it was low. Was it NGC 4038? Because we have a great deal of Gemini and Orion and Monoceros available. I think you said it was in. Yeah, we have like a great deal of the. What's that? How much? See, when we're going for the thing is we're going for galaxies. It's a small refractor that we're using. So if it's a big galaxy, it's really good. But we can still capture a little bit of detail in smaller galaxies. And actually, thinking if we kind of look at the let's see what we have available. Like here's another thing, like the Andromeda is starting to set earlier. We're losing some of these targets in Cygnus. So a lot of these Milky Way targets are going away quicker in the evening, but we do have quite a bit available in Cassiopeia, which is good. And so far we haven't actually been bombarded by any large amounts of satellites, which is nice. Now the deck points to the north, and we pretty much have a 160-degree view. We miss a little bit of the south. However, right now there isn't a great deal of targets. We're kind of looking out towards interstellar space. Although if we could get some of these targets in there, this would be a nice cluster of galaxies to look at. But let's see what we have. Now, we did attempt the Seagull Nebula earlier, but I think that might be just a little too low right now. But if we're going for almost pretty much anything in Orion, we're going to be able to get views of that. I was thinking about trying to spend a little bit of time on this Reflection Nebula, which is the Casper the Friendly Ghost. NGC 4038. All right, let's see where that one sits. We have a history in here. All right, so it is that target. It is that target, but it's still below the horizon at the moment. So we have to wait for about still about 3 in the morning almost. Blocksmith Forge, hello. How you doing? How are you? Good to see you. Stargazing is going well. We got some awesome images of the Jellyfish Nebula that's come through right now. Welsh boy, hello there. How are you? So yes, in come galaxy season, we should be able to get more of this. Definitely, even with this telescope, we'll get a really good image of those two interacting galaxies. I can't sleep, so I figured you'd tune in. Well, glad to have you here. NGC 5394 and 95. All right, let's see where that one is. So that is on the list, or Caldwell 61. It's an easier number to remember. I've been playing Halo Infinite. Oh, cool. How's that been going? How's that been going? All right, NGC 5394. I mean, interacting galaxies are incredible. They're so cool to look at, because that is eventually going to be the case with Andromeda and our Milky Way galaxy. That's the Heron galaxy. All right, maybe if we have a look at that on online. Yeah, so that is our first image of the evening. I think I'm going to go over to the Casper the Friendly Ghost Nebula for now, but we'll check out 5394 is the one you mentioned before. It looks like the possibilities. So this is we've tried to get this the Jellyfish Nebula before, which is a supernova remnant, and with the larger telescope, it doesn't quite sit as we're zoomed in with the 8-inch telescope. Our focal length, we kind of sit like this close to the whole thing, and we don't get to get like the whole scope, pardon the pun, of this nebula. But when we have our wider field, we get a little bit of extra nebulosity from a neighboring area, and then we have this supernova remnant. We've saved that image. And so we're going to send this over to a reflection nebula, which works out fairly well. So right now, my God, it's full of stars. We're going to go over to other area. We're in the band of the Milky Way, and I figured if we can get some. I mean, this one's got to look cool. This one has to look fairly. NGC 2064 is what we're going to go after, and see how we're probably not going to get these wonderful colors because we are using a narrow band. But yeah, that is we'll give this one a shot. M97 the Owl Nebula. We have looked at that, and I think that one works out. It's very tiny in this. Actually, it might be too low on the horizon for us. Let's head over 2064 at the moment. Let's do back here. Yes, we good. We have all that saved. It's fabulous. And NGC 2064, LBN 16. No, that's NGC 2064. Or no, forget. Let's go to. That would help. Actually, it was M78. That's what we want. There we go. Let's send the scope over there. Now I also noticed the cover of the. I'm kind of worried. The cover of the big telescope started to fall off earlier, so hopefully that doesn't. Nothing happens with that. Otherwise, I have to run up and fix that up. I think we are pretty much on. We should be close to our target here. All right. Now, here's the other. We actually haven't gone after. All right, so we can see a tiny little bit of the reflection nebula in here. So let's get going on this target. Again, we're going to go back to our live stack, because that will allow us to do continuous imaging, and because also around this area of Orion, you do get some heavy satellite activity, and if we can avoid having satellites blazing through our images and ruining some frames, then at least we can get some decent images coming through. So we're going to start on that one for 3 minute images. The Owl Nebula is an interesting one in the fact that the way how we're looking at this nebula. Like I said, we have imaged it in the past, but not with not in great detail. Not in great detail like I tried with my old telescope. Let's see now, where is it? Actually, no, it might be. See, it is. We can get the surfboard. We can get a couple of targets in there. That one is. Ooh, it might be possibly get that. Shelby Cake. Hello. The Booty Ghost. Shayla Teagan, Johnny the Kid, welcome in everybody. How's it going? How you doing? Cake Raid indeed. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Steven, hello. Hello, what's going on, everybody? Good to see you in here. What a raid notification. Thank you, Shayla. Welcome in. Glad to have you guys in here. Hello, welcome. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And we are doing exactly what this channel is meant to be for, and that is sharing live images of outer space. Shelby Cake and Johnny the Kid 92, thank you so much for thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in, and the Booty Ghost. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Glad to have you in here today. And a very happy new year to all who have joined in. Hopefully it has gone well for you. Yes, we are doing some live imaging. We're using the smaller middle telescope at the moment to capture a target in the constellation of Orion.
9 forward, 40 feet down, 2.5.
Appreciate it.
4 forward, drifting to the right, low. We copy you down, Eagle. Tranquility, we copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to.
But welcome in. What were we up to? What were we up to, Shelby? Yeah, appreciate you bringing the community on in here. Doing looks like a little Mario Party. I miss Mario Party. I miss Mario Party on. Oh my gosh! Like it was the first time. It was when my brother had a Wii and playing Nintendo Wii. He didn't pee. You destroyed Steven. That is a tall order. Steven is a formidable opponent. All right. So this is our first image, our first our first light frame of this target. Now, it doesn't look like much at the moment. There's only 3 minutes on this target. And as we start adding more images on top, you start building up that signal, and we'll see more of this reflection nebula start showing through. But oh, poor Steven. So here, oh, this is cool. This is cool. All right, this area here. Now, we do a lot of astrophotography as much as possible. And I try to image targets, try to go find areas that we haven't imaged before. And I have not imaged M78. I got a little bit of Barnard's Loop. What is Barnard's Loop? What is Barnard's Loop? It is this large, well, it's quite large, literal loop of hydrogen alpha signal that surrounds a good portion of the Orion Nebula. You can see this red ring. It's kind of like hydrogen alpha is like this coveted signal. It sits at 656 nanometers in the visible spectrum along the whole electromagnetic spectrum. And yeah, just capture that any little bit of it. Just a tiny hint of Barnard's in here. So we know that things are humming. We're getting some good images. I will definitely, we're going to put a little bit of time on this target. We're going to put a little bit of time here. Now, what's special about our camera that we have tonight is we're able to cool it down to sub-zero temperatures, which gets rid of a lot of the noise. And hey, how come that's not, excuse me, Lumia stream, what are you doing? Why aren't you Why aren't you doing the greens? We need this. Now let's see, let's get some a little bit of information here. So Stephen, how bad did you get your ass kicked? Hey, you never heard of Barnard's Loop? Learning new stuff every time. I try to educate as much as possible and try to learn a little something new each day. That scares you. So, okay, the goats aren't there just because I like goats. I've recently moved to this property. We recently moved here back in September. There were goats on the farm beforehand, and we didn't get to keep them. However, this one goat won our hearts and filled our bellies with laughter and a little bit of our underpants with pee-pee, because it just sounds like it's screaming. They stole all your coins the turn before last. You couldn't get the star. No. Oh, that's diabolical. That's rough. Have you felt? I've felt that I have lost more friends playing. Holy potatoes! Quiglius! Ruh-roh. Oh my goodness, thank you. Oh my gosh. Quiglius, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Have I changed the color or something on here? What have I done? Oh. Like the mat looks brighter. Thank you, Quiglius. Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Shu 3482, Chris Mercurio, Scuba Steve, Jigsaw Nerd, Marcus Luis, Architufus, Science Streams, Bulent getting in on that, Mini Mama 99, Doug for short, and who's that one? That looks like Nori Kitty. It is Nori Kitty getting in on that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I greatly appreciate it. Yes, on to the spike of appreciation for all of you. The pillar of happiness. Or maybe, as we might start calling it, Rod Stewart. I don't know. But yes, always glad to have you guys in here. Let's see how's our image going. We have two frames on here, and we're starting to see. Oh, that's cool. All right, we're gonna come back to this in a little bit because there is some awesome detail coming through. I think that's gonna look amazing. But yeah, Quiglius, my goodness, thank you so much. Now I'm trying not to pierce my thumb or anything like that, but put them on here with some gusto and verve and appreciation. I appreciate that so much. So Barnard's Loop, this little patch of red, this little red bit of nebulosity we have here, is also known as Sharpless 2276, is a huge emission nebula in the constellation Orion. Though William Herschel may have been the first to see it in 1786, its discovery is generally credited to E. Barnard, who captured it on long-duration film exposures in 1895 and called it the Orion Loop. Very humble of them. So, I can only imagine how much more difficult it would be doing astrophotography back in the late 1800s and now we always complain about not being able to have good guiding or being able to get some decent dark skies. You know, so there's some awesome detail to be had in this image, and we can already see a little bit of that. There's an obscuring dark dust lane, and these stars are actually kind of reflecting off the gas and dust in this area. It's not an Emission Nebula around here, which is why it shines in the blue, because there's more of a broad spectrum for this. So when we get some more images coming through, we'll get more details. So we had 3 exposure stacks, so that is 12 minutes. And you can start to see how much detail doesn't come away, or sorry, how much of the noise goes away from here. Dirty Muffin. Don't know why that didn't. We'll say that one's Dirty Muffin. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Have I taken any pictures of any of the zodiac constellations? We go for a lot of the. It's not so much the air. It's more of the areas of interest within the constellations. Right now, we're in the constellation of Orion. So that is, it's this section here that we're starting to image. And now we're not going to get these kind of colors tonight, but it is, you can see wherever there's blue around in a target, that's the starlight reflecting off the clouds of molecular dust. So if you're doing, see, this little red box is our field of view, and this is also still considered wide field. We're shooting at 300 millimeters in focal length. But people who will do some really, really wide fields of view, where you can capture like entire constellations, is fantastic when you're shooting Milky Way targets, or even just the Milky Way itself, to get that the details. Because when we start rolling into the summertime, that band of the Milky Way sits pretty low, and we are looking out into interstellar space, which gives us a great look at galaxies. So it's referred to affectionately as galaxy season. And because we're looking out above or below the plane of the Milky Way, we don't have the obstructions. We don't have the any obstructions to what we're trying to look at. Yes, there's there's very interesting targets within the Milky Way. So yes, we have a very, this is still considered wide field, like I said. And then once you're using something like maybe your telephone for some like super ultra wide field views, just add as many superlatives on that as possible to make your field of view as wide as possible. But then we do have another telescope that will look even closer, even deeper fields of view. So which is this telescope. This is a bigger telescope that's on the mount. That would be our field of view. So, but it is a totally different kind of telescope that we'd be using. And because telescopes have a fixed field of view, or sorry, they're designed to be focused at infinity. And what that means, like, you'll have a lens, some camera lenses that can focus at, you can do like really, really close-up views, or you can have a nice wide field of view. But the thing with that, with a camera lens, is that there's a great deal of glass elements in between what you're shooting and your camera sensor. You want, for astrophotography, we want to have as little in between, as few elements in between your target and the camera sensor, so that there is as much light transmission as possible. Because some of these targets, I mean, right now we have 4 exposures on here, and we're starting to get some detail coming through. These targets are thousands of light years away. It takes time for light to travel. It takes, we're looking at this area as it was 1400 years ago. And some targets are very dim. And like I was saying earlier, is our eyes aren't that great for discerning these dimmer targets in outer space. That's why we need the cameras to take longer exposures of these targets and be able to get more detail coming through. And when we can do that with our camera, we are better able to discern more details out of our target. And it's just this is the first time I've imaged this area of the Orion constellation. Usually we're going after the kind of the low-hanging fruit, as it were, if we're going to be looking at the Horsehead Nebula. Let's get back to our proper field of view here. If we're going to be looking at the Horsehead or Flame Nebula, which is always gorgeous to look at, or the Orion Nebula as well. It's one of those targets. If you're looking at the 3 stars of Orion, you can see those 3 bright stars. Let's turn that off a little bit there. So you see those, and you see that little bit of a faint fuzzy below or above. If you're in the southern hemisphere, the Orion Nebula is going to appear above the belt of Orion, and it is one of the few nebulae that you can see with the unaided eye. It is that bright, is that large, is that close to us. It's the nearest nebula to us, and Orion is one of those targets that just dominates the winter sky. And there are so many things to check out in there. I think what we can probably get. I've actually also haven't imaged the Witch Head Nebula, and that was largely in part to where I used to live in the United Kingdom. I never had a clear shot of Orion with this telescope setup, so we're always trying to capture that. And I gotta say, I might go after it a little later tonight. We'll have to see how well Orion and the house are going to play ball. I think we should still be able to get Orion should be available to us like the entire night. And I was also thinking about swapping in the our filter, or our broadband filter, to start taking some images of the Christmas tree cluster. But again, tonight's stream was fairly unexpected, because I was saying on Thursday after our community quiz night that we're going to take some time off until next Friday, this coming Friday now, the 7th of January. And I also did say that if there are a clear sky, I will break that time off and bring you these images and sharing this with you guys. And it looks like right now we can see just in the top, just to my left is the constellation, is that W of Cassiopeia. And there are a great deal of interesting targets in that area, which I will probably head over to in a little bit. Because there are, like I said, there's some very, very interesting images, interesting targets over there as well, which will show up really nice in the wide field. Now we have done we have imaged the Heart and Soul Nebula as well, and I think I'll have to take a look and see what's going to look nice in that area, because that is looking out toward the northwest. There's some nice open clusters. Let's see. Cave Nebula would be one to spend some time on. Wizard Nebula is these are starting to get a little low on the horizon. And as soon as we start shooting low on the horizon, you're shooting through a great deal of atmosphere, which can really muddy up your image a little bit. In the sense that when you look at the moon, our atmosphere is roiling, it's moving, it's bubbling. And you want to have as much of a stable of atmosphere as possible. When you're looking up at the night sky and you see the stars twinkling, there's more atmospheric disturbance, which isn't that great for astrophotography unless you have a telescope that is built with adaptive optics, which we don't have. We don't have a fancy enough scope. So that's why you want to either, if you're shooting like the moon or planets. What's going on, Jigsaw Nerd? How are you? Good to see you in here tonight. We are, like I said, we're doing a little live astrophotography. We are on M78, the Casper the Friendly Ghost reflection nebula, which gets some little more information. We were talking about Barnard's Loop, and that's that little bit of red, hydrogen alpha signal in that lower left corner. So let's get the M78. You're just watching the stars in Green Bay. Well, glad to share some clear skies. We are, like I said, this is a bit of a surprise clear night. So we're going to take advantage of it as best as possible. We're sitting at minus 12 degrees Celsius. The camera is meant to be cooling at minus 25 degrees Celsius to keep that sensor nice and chilled. And I gotta say, it is, see that cooler percent, that 9%, I mean, it's not working that hard. The camera isn't working that hard to keep things cool. The cooler you can keep the camera sensor, the better it's going to be for imaging. Now this set of dark frames probably isn't going to go well anymore, but we're trying to keep things down. Hello, Faith. How are you doing? Good to see you. How have you been? How long have I been into astronomy? As long as I can remember. Oh, the football variety. How's the game going? How are they doing? I always loved watching the games in the wintertime at Lambeau Field and just seeing how freaking cold everybody was. And then just enjoying the game from the warmth of my couch. But I've been into astronomy for as long as I can remember. As a kid, I had the National Geographic World magazines and also National Geographic. My parents and grandparents had subscriptions, and I always loved seeing those images that had come in from Hubble. And like I was hooked on these images of space. You see all these different colors, and it's, you know, the Hubble palette is very interesting because it has this really deep rusty blue look to things, and that's just the way how you've reassigned colors to the RGB color model just to bring out different details. What we're imaging now, we're using a color camera, so this color is representative of what you would see if you could see these details with your own eyes. Now this is a reflection nebula that we're looking at. We did have a bit of a satellite roll through. You're doing pretty good. I've been Elite exploring around the center of the galaxy. I was hoping to get into Elite Dangerous the other night, or earlier in the week, but unfortunately that kind of fell through. I was kind of hoping to get some more time on there. Sloan. Hello, Sloan. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Have I photographed the tadpoles in IC410? Yes, we have. We have. Actually, I should have a...
Holy
should have a
potatoes.
stack. Should have a stack on that. Happy New Year to you, Sloan. Welcome in. Glad to have you in here today. It's just like that tonight. 20 to nothing GB at the half. Oof. All right. Well, hopefully they... What's the spread for tonight's game? You used to love your Nat Geo World magazines. I mean, it was fantastic. It was a easy to read magazine. It was always full of awesome images. And yeah, just the pictures you would see from Hubble, it just immediately caught my attention. I was wondering when I'd be hopping back into Elite again. Soon. It may be. We'll see how things go during the week. It may not be a stream in Elite. It might be, but we'll. I do want to get back into it. So here's what we did have. We did have a slow moving satellite going through our image here, and that's that little gap in between our images. So this is actually, what is that? So after the next exposure rolls through, there should be a little gap and then another continued line. What was the countdown on the right to the screen around the square? Here. This part here? That is the camera will do an exposure for 3 minutes. So it'll count down from 180 seconds. We use a smaller telescope on top of the... Let's get that over there. We use a smaller telescope on top of the camera, which does our guiding, and that's designed to follow... designed to follow stars, and I think I need to refocus this. I really think I need to refocus the guide scope. But it follows the stars. It keeps the round stars. What's going on, CJ? How are you? How are you doing tonight? A happy New Year to you. No rain. No. So yes, when this next exposure rolls through, there should be a little line. It's the new year, a new calendar year to record our next trip around the sun.
You should have gone for the head.
Oh dear. Hey. Remember how, okay, now I did say earlier, something. Did I forget to do something? No. Like nothing triggered. What's up with that? No, that's not the one. Yeah, why didn't that trigger? Why didn't that go? Like nothing worked. That's weird. Alerts. Yeah, that still works. Alerts, stream elements. Yeah, that should work. That's weird. See, here's when you don't plan on streaming. When you don't plan on streaming. All right. So seeing how certain things haven't been going, I'm just going to refund some channel points there because clearly things don't want to work at the moment for some unknown reason. Yeah. So we can see the, so we have this little line and the next image is coming through. So there should be that line continuing down below. As soon as that, as soon as that settles, there we go. So yeah, we have the other image continuing around there. You're at 6K after that refund. Holy potatoes, really? We don't often accept the channel points. Sometimes they get accepted, but sometimes we'll do a big refund. Start the new year off right, you know? But yeah, so that is, we can check what that was in Stellarium. What that line was. But I also want to find out what the devil happened with the channel rewards, because that should have worked. All right. So we can focus on here. And where was it? Did we run the clock back? Don't have any known satellites going through, or any of the larger satellites. We're eyeing up Space Engine on Steam, but what's the difference between the Steam version and the free one? The free one is, I believe it's the iteration from like 5 years ago, maybe. But basically, whenever there's a new version released, the previous version should be free on the website. There isn't as much detail in the free version versus what you can have in the updated one on Steam. There are some details that aren't as robust. Catalogs may not be completely up to date. So there is that. It would be kind of going against it. But for the most part, everything should be pretty much the same. Within, if you just want to have something to kind of toot around the universe with, free version of Space Engine is still well worth it. We used it for quite a while. I upgraded to the paid version on Steam. Pardon me, because I can further upgrade that to be able to have a commercial license with it, where we can edit video, or at least we can do video tracking around the universe, around planets, around the solar system, and kind of use that for educational purposes. Use the free one; it's ace. Just added the Steam one to your wish list. I mean, I think it's great. I want to I do want to get the upgraded version, and that the paid. What is it? Steam Engine or Space Engine Pro, because you can record and save the videos and just use it for, like I said, more educational purposes there. Now that Image is making excited for later this year, you're going to be starting fresh with the new astrophotography setup. Excellent. What are you looking to get? What are you looking to get? I'm like pumped for this Image, because not only do we have the M78, which we haven't imaged before, but we also have this tiny portion of Barnard's Loop. Kneehack YT, YouTuber. Hello, welcome in. Oh, that's cool. What I'm mostly a go-to mount and a dedicated camera. I haven't built a full setup. Is also, those are the two major things that you want. What kind of mount were you looking at? Were you looking for? Like, how deep are you getting into all of this? Actually, this is looking really nice. This is what we got. We're coming up on. We got 17 minutes on this one. No, sorry. No, we got 27 minutes on this target. And you can see, like, when we first started off, we barely could see any of this dividing dust lane. And now it's starting to show itself. But we also have that wonderful red from Barnard's Loop coming through on the far left. You still like a light setup, so it's easy to carry out. Haven't checked to see what mount would fit that. Now there is a new mount coming out from ZWO, which is a harmonic drive mount, and it is a little pricey. It's about $1,900 US. However, it doesn't require a counterweight, so you can drop your scope on top of it. But okay, not literally, but you can put your scope on top of it up to, I believe, 13 kilo payload without a counterweight. And I mean, it's a portable setup. But again, if some people like to use the Skywatcher HEQ5, that's a good option as well. Or, I mean, it depends on how. I mean, the HEQ5 would be lightweight enough to count as portable, but you still need a power source for it. And the new AM5 from ZWO, which will come out in like April, will work as a very nice portable mount. I think it was the HEQ5 you were checking out quite a while ago. Usually set up in the backyard, so you can just run an extension cord, something to the power the mount. And that's kind of largely what we're doing here. Actually, good. I can control the scope here. Oh, sorry, not the scope. I can control the camera. So give you guys a little bit more of a look at the mount. Give me a second here. Let that boot up there. There's the full view of the mount. So I got my extension lead on down the bottom, and I try to have as few cables. There's only two power cables running up from the ground into the scope. Everything else is connected with the ASIR Plus and the Pegasus Astro Dewmaster. Is it possible for you to get photobombed by a shooting star since you already have long exposure? Yes. Yes, we have, and it looks fantastic in an exposure. Deadly Fork, what's going on? How are you? How's it going? Happy New Year to you. Propane gives your scope uber power. That's it. We have a propane fueled telescope. We tried to use that to blast the clouds away. So far, it hasn't worked. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fork. Appreciate that. So yeah, that is. See, we don't always get. I always don't always show like the undercarriage, but it's also an important thing. Left, and it is supremely late, CJ. You're gonna. Do not worry. Do not worry. It's always wonderful to see you in here. Good night to you as well. Take care, CJ. I just can't wait to get back into imaging. I really miss doing that. I mean, it's like, why is the ISS flying through? Because ISS is in this. Yes, still planning on building a dome. Still planning on having a structure that is going to allow us to keep the telescope better protected from the elements. Like I say, it's not too bad right now, but I do worry sometimes about leaving it outside in the freezing cold. And there have been a few times when the weather has gotten really, really bad, like high winds, and I have to take it in.
You should have gone for that.
This one may not work. It's a Happy New Year. Right. Why isn't the snap working? Why isn't that working? What's going on here? Channel point rewards. Did I turn it off? No, it's on. It's enabled. Right? Enabled, yes. Strange. This is still on. The lights worked. The lights worked. The hell is this one? Okay. Well, sometimes these things happen. Why is the snap not working? Is it broken? Is something Snapchat. Yes, no, yes, yeah. I don't know what's going on with that. The only thing I can think of is I've misplaced.
By the power of Grayskull,
Thing?
I have the mustache.
I kind of think this one's a little. I don't even know what to do with this mustache. It's just Mariel 911, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you joining in today. Well, I don't know if this is the right voice for the mustache or not. I don't think we ever had that mustache pop up before. No worries. Have a good night. Hey, what's going on, Nova? How are you doing? Oh, this is turning out really nice. This is coming out nice. Look at this. This is beautiful. This is M78, also could be known as the Casper the Friendly Ghost Nebula. See, I thought this was an astrophotography channel, but it's just I'm an agent of chaos. But yes. Happy New Year to you as well, Nova. All the best to you and the family. You think it's an astrophotography channel, but it's really a mustache goat stand account. Exactly. How's it going, Dirty Muffin? Welcome in, welcome in. We need more goats. I believe that the channel point redeem for all goats should be considered to be louder than the other ones. If it's not, if it can be louder, maybe I can make it louder. Can we make it even louder? Or is even that seen? They can go louder. They can be louder. They should sell filters that simulate Bortle levels. Everybody would just want to have the Bortle 1. Bortle 1 and done. So the harder part is getting like visual filters that are going to that will allow like the narrowband views. No, we don't want the Bortle 8. We've lived the Bortle 8 before. We know exactly what Bortle 8 entails. Yes, typing goat will have just one goat appear. What do we have for the other commands? We have goat, more goat, all goats, and even more goats. So yeah, there are some chat commands. It's a little quieter on the goats, but then the channel point redeems will have some louder goats. So it's not so much that this is a random goat. This goat was on our property when we were looking at the place before we bought it, and it was just so hilarious. We just had to film it, and it has now become entrenched in the stream because it was a part of this property. The ghost of the goat still haunts this place. Every now and then you can hear a faint little scream in the early hours of the night. I'm the greatest of all time. Oh, maybe. No. I love what I do. Fiery Blossom, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Glad to have you with us tonight. We're taking a live look at M78, and this area is starting to, for those who have been watching this whole image come together, while we've been watching this come through, where it started off with a very faint little blue light, and it has evolved into this massive stars and red nebulosity of Barnard's Loop, and just some better details in this reflection nebula. Now, I don't know if I have one of our wide field images. Oh, geez, there goes Kelvin. What's going on? Thank you so much for the 5 bits. Glad to have you in here. Thank you. Good to see you. A happy New Year to you as well. You're just about to ask how the goat thing started. Well, there we go. Glad to have you in here. Swaffbon. Hello. How are you doing? How have you been? Yes, it is. Holy potatoes, it's been a while. It has been quite some time. Wait a minute, did you have a different name? Did you have a different name? I feel you have changed your name. Great relaxing star music. I feel sometimes I think, do I change the music up? But then it's like it's become like ingrained in everything we've done. Much like the goats have become. Oh, DJ Billy, what's going on? Good to see you. Yes, it has been a while. My goodness, good to see you in here. Hey, glad to have you in. So we do have some clear skies, like incredibly clear skies that we can see. We can see quite a few stars, and we can see the constellation of Cassiopeia just beside me there. But we have had some shooting stars, some meteors blow through our images. However, because we're taking shorter exposures, there's less time for that. We have taken video of the Geminid meteor shower, and we've caught that. But it looks, oh, look at that. Look at that followage. 1 year, 1 month, 18 days, 6 hours. There's a flex. So would you want to, wow. Wow. Yes, seriously, my goodness. That is quite the, that's quite the followage. Yeah, hope you've been doing well. We've had a wonderful new year. But we have clear skies here in southwestern Ontario. I welcome you all in. Always glad to have you in here. For those who are new to the channel, or someone who may have just forgotten, I don't know. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is what this channel is all about. Taking live images of outer space. And I would love to spend more time on this target. We're going to let this last exposure run through. And I'll tell you a little bit about what it is we're looking at. Because we talked about Barnard's Loop, this little bit of red discovered by E. Barnard back in the late 1800s. We called it the Orion Loop, but it has been famously named after him. So Messier 78, which is this target right here, or NGC 2068, is the brightest reflection nebula in the sky located in Orion near the celestial equator. This was discovered by Pierre Méchain in early 1780. Charles Messier added it to his catalog later that year. M78 is easy to locate about 3 degrees northeast of Zeta Orionis, Alnitak, the easternmost star of Orion's belt. Visually, M78 resembles a faint comet. It is just visible in binoculars under good conditions as a very dim nebulous patch. Small telescopes show it remarkably well and reveal 2 illuminating stars, which appear like a double nucleus in the compact comet head. These 2 stars are responsible for making the cloud of dust M78 visible. The nebula fans out to the southwest and suggests a faint comet tail. Other nebulae in this field require a very dark sky and are much more difficult to see. Under good conditions, a 4-inch scope, which is the more dim nebulosity, under very good conditions, a 4-inch scope can reveal NGC 2071 and suggestions of a haze around M78. There are fewer stars to the west, an indication that dark nebulae in this region obscure the stellar background. We are looking at this target in the visible spectrum. Now, recently, those who may have been watching the news, the latest space telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, the successor to Hubble, was recently launched, and that looks in the infrared and the near infrared. That spectrum will cut through this dust, and we can see more that would be beyond this target, deeper into the gas cloud. And because infrared doesn't care about the dust that's obscuring it, it's right measuring that heat that is given off. So we interpret infrared light as heat, and we can't see the infrared light, which is just below red in the visible spectrum. So James Webb is will be able to cut through all that gas and dust and be able to see distant targets and resolve other galaxies that we haven't been able to see because it would be just obscured by the the amount of gas and dust that we tried to image. So this is our second target of the evening that we've been shooting, and this is the first time I've actually I've gone after M78, which I didn't know how it was going to look, how well it was going to come through in this scope. Now this would still be better suited for a broadband filter. Now we're getting a lot of this red coming through because of the narrowband filter that we're using, that we've been using for quite a while now, and it just seems that every time we get some clear skies, like I feel that it's always like it feels like it's so much of a one-off. Like tomorrow night, the weather looks terrible, which is unfortunate, but we're taking advantage of things tonight and just trying to do more live astrophotography. And we're going to pick another target. I think we'll probably stay within the area of Orion, or maybe even try out. Maybe we'll try out the Witch Head Nebula. Again, it's another reflection nebula, but because we are in such a dark sky, this is a reflection nebula as well, and we're still picking up the details. So we'll give a shot. I'm going to give a shot with the Witch Head Nebula, because that's another target that has not been imaged on stream before, and we'll see how much of it we can get in the frame. But we're still close by to the Orion Nebula and the Horsehead Nebula, and there are some of the larger galaxies, Andromeda and the Triangulum, are starting to set in the northwest. But that's not to say we may not go back to that. I'm still getting this weird red line. And maybe I'll do a longer exposure. Maybe we'll go over to there. Nope, not a stupid question at all. I use this terminology often, and sometimes if it doesn't register, then no, I'm happy to answer this. Reflection Nebula. This area here, where you largely are going to see blue, the starlight is reflecting off of this the molecular dust, which is causing that blue light to shine and make it visible. Pardon me. This dark band is in front of these stars. So we're seeing the shadow. So this is obscuring this gas cloud and this area. Stars aren't being born here. It's just these stars have already grown up. Their light is being reflected off these clouds, or it's sitting in shadow. An Emission Nebula is something like this patch of red, part of Barnard's Loop, where that is the hydrogen alpha is where you're getting areas of rich hydrogen accumulation, also associated with star forming regions as well. So this is where you get that combination of what the filter can do is filtering a lot of the light to show the red of the Emission Nebulae, and being able to still capture a bit of the blue from the starlight that's being reflected. So the stars aren't actually interacting with these clouds of gas and dust. Moreover, they're just kind of living around it. And I'm going to go over to another reflection nebula, which is, again, sometimes you will see, we'll look at these targets, and it is sometimes the stars are like, we're almost looking at like a 2D image as it seems, but still there's light years of space in between the gas clouds and the stars, and until we can actually get this 3D look, you don't get that representation of how far away each of these targets are. Another example is here. Wait, let's see if I turn this off. Where's this one? Right. Oh no, it's not there. This image here of the Gamma Cygni Nebula, there is a brighter star that is just out of frame, actually. But that star, while it looks like it's part of the nebula itself, it is still another 2,000 light years away from that gas cloud, and so there's absolutely no interaction with with that one. Now I'm going to go over to the Witch Head Nebula, which is an interesting one. And this is an interesting target, which is being illuminated by the nearby star Rigel. We'll see how much we can see. But we'll let this last exposure come through, then we'll save this. But yeah, I'll crank this up a little bit here, so we can start. You can start to see more. See there, you get that dark band. That's the dark nebula of the dust that's in front of all of this, and you can see the light from the stars emitting from almost all points around there. Now, normally we wouldn't stretch the image this far. However, to be able to see, so you can see there's still a little bit of that blue, the little lighter areas behind here. And this patch of dark dust, the molecular dust passing in front, creates this this interesting shape of the nebula. But we'll bring that back a little bit here, just to maintain, just so we're not amplifying a lot of the noise that's still going to be present in this image. So we will, actually no, cancel, it's done. Save that. Which I think that was pretty cool. Hey, you got to go for like 2 minutes, but you'll be back. No worries, no worries. We'll be here for a little while tonight, because as long as these skies are going to hold up, and it looks like we're going to have clear skies for quite a while tonight. And it's going to also give us some opportunity to take a look at some targets that we haven't looked at in the past. Now, it is getting colder. It is getting much colder out. The camera isn't needing to cool down so much. But I'm gonna go over to the Witch Head Nebula. I'm going to try a longer exposure and just see, because this little, you can see how it's stepped up in that red. It really shouldn't be doing that. I'm not sure why. So if you're looking at, see, when we looked at this image, if it is with this auto stretch, see if you let's reset it to sending the histogram right to the farthest reaches, you're only going to get a few of the brighter stars. If you do this auto stretch, it brings in that the lighter parts to start to reveal it. Now, again, zooming in on this, we don't really have a lot of noise. We just have you see some of the nebulosity, some of the reflection nebula. But it's not until you start to bring that information in a little closer to try to bring out the details. Now, there's no editing that's actually going on here. We're only revealing what's already there and not doing any enhancements like we would usually do with our stacked images. But now we have stacks of these images. And if we go over to IC 2118 or 2118, which again, this is another target we have never imaged before. Let's see, as long as there's nothing in the way, we actually probably are getting close to a there's a step in red coming from Barnard's. It's something that's been showing up in, I guess I want to say, like the past 3 or 4 imaging sessions. So I don't know if it's something that has changed in the painful as it may sound to rule it out. Try different imaging software. If it still happens, then you have to blame the camera. Oh, what's this? All right. If it's different, then you know the culprit is the ASI Air software. I'm thinking it's got to be the software. But how's it going, Third Rock? How are you doing tonight? Bill! Mr. Bill Nash. Coming to you live from a remote location in the farthest reaches of the globe. How are you, Bill? Thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Much appreciated. Onto the spike of appreciation for you, sir. Welcome. Yes. Can we get a shout out for Bill Nash? And Third Rock, if you also shout yourself out, because that is appropriate. Wonderful people who are into astrophotography and photography and just being able to share the night sky as well and their love of astronomy. Always wonderful to see you guys in here. It makes total sense. Your background's in microscopy, so you get to debug these issues by messing with the lasers. It makes it feel easier. I think I do have to try something else out. Now, okay, here is... I wonder if it's the 3 minutes. It's got to be the 3-minute exposure. Because that, look at that red. That everybody's matching up nice now. Everybody looks really nice. Except for the focus on my guide scope. I have to fix that up. Actually, here, I'll... There. We'll do that for you. But I guess it's guiding is working. So let's do. So we know 3 minutes does. Okay, we're gonna go back to kind of what we used to do before. Let's do a 5-minute exposure on this target first, before we start stacking. Before we start doing a live stack, we'll see if that changes up. I got the 2-inch adapter for your RC as well, so you can image with that again. Nice. Unmounted filters are anxiety. Oh, yes, because oh my goodness. So I did see that the picture you did share, Third Rock. Where's our Discord? I think I need to adjust that. Are you back? What'd you miss? We picked a new target. We're going for the Witch Head Nebula. It's a reflection nebula, and while our filter isn't purpose built for it, I'm saying our skies are dark enough that we can fudge it. We can get by with that. Yes. Yeah, Third Rock, you posted the... was that on Twitter or Instagram? Or did you did you share a picture of the filters? I had a clear night that night, but the morning took a nice fall down the stairs. Oh no! Oh dear. Where's the body? We did all of them, okay. There we go. I'm like, where was that? So those are all unmounted. So it is like, did you wear gloves while you were doing that? And try not to breathe, and try not to sneeze or blink or anything that's going to get dust on them. So what filters do you have in there? Is that one for shooting darks? Sore still feels like you're run over by a Mack truck. At least it wasn't a Peterbilt truck. I wonder how Mack got that accolade. Not that I'm salty towards Mack trucks or anything like that, but just like Peterbilt's better. So is it everything's all sealed up now? All right, let's see. We got another 2 minutes on this target. So so we were here on M78, but now we're going to move the scope over to – Never gone after this patch of nebulosity. We're going after the... Oh, wait a second. That looks like a... That almost looks like the Witch Head Nebula as well. Never gone after these patches before. Also largely because Mintaka and Alnilam will just dominate the whole image. LRGB HA03S2. Beautiful, beautiful. I can't wait to see what you're going to do with that. What damage you can do. That's going to look beautiful. Slot 1 is luminance, the UV IR cut. 2 is red, 3 green, 4 blue, HA03 S2. Yeah, that's going to look awesome. Yeah, looking forward to seeing those images coming through. And like I said, as soon as the 533 comes out with a monochrome version, I got to seriously consider upgrading a new setup. Let's see, we got another 10 seconds for this. We see the numbers on the wheel. Wait, it's okay, I see them. I see the numbers now. All right, let's see how this looks. See what the actual I'm more looking interested in is what the histogram does. Okay, I largely expected that this was going to come through as not a whole lot of anything. That we weren't going to see much. Oh, wait, I stand corrected. We can see, actually, we can see quite a bit. We got quite a bit, actually. I would say that's not bad. I would say that is going to be... Maybe do we center on the nose? Do we center on the nose? Let's see where we're there. I'm clicking on OBS to navigate. So we're kind of sitting here. We're missing a bit of the chin. However, I want to go for it. I'll stick with this one because we have the faint fuzzies. We have the faint fuzzies in here. So let's we're going to change things up. I'm going to move to go back to the live and do customize. Let's do not so much 5-minute exposure, but let's just bump it up to 4 minutes. Do 4-minute exposures. Yes, we're not using the right darks, but then again, we're not using the right temperature as well. So let's start on the Witch Head Nebula, and maybe it is for some reason 3 minutes. It's NGC 4676. Too far. All right, let's see. Which filter we have right now? Would be the HA03 HB. Camera is bolted to the wheel, and then back spacing is bolted to the other side of the wheel. It's really nice. Excellent. So you have it get that connected there. You got to go, but have a great stream. Great. Hey, DJ Billy. Swaffbon. Good to see you in here. Wonderful to see you again. Take care. We look forward to seeing you. You're always welcome. Always glad to have you in here. No amount of time will separate us for that long. Trying to be philosophical on that one, that kind of fell flat. But anyway, good to have you in here. Have a good night. Just NGC 4676. Let's see. Now, also before we were mentioning about the observatory, those plans are still there. We still want to be able to to open up things for Astro Park and be able to just be able to offer up as much of the property as we can to those who are interested in astronomy and just or stargazing, and just being able to have a look, you know. All right. Wrong filter for the job. Yes, it is totally the wrong filter for the job. This is not the right filter to be imaging a reflection nebula with. However, we got a decent view of the Pleiades. If it's not a very bright reflection nebula, then it's gonna be like that much harder. But you know, we stretch it a little bit. Well, not a little bit, a lot of it. We can still make out some of the witch head. So we'll see what we can do. We'll put a little bit of time on here. And it's always like at the beginning, at the early on as the session is about to begin. I'm thinking, oh, I should have swapped out. I should have had the filter out there, maybe cooling down. I don't want to bring it out. We're at minus 12 degrees Celsius right now, and inside the house it's like 30 degrees because people like it hot in here. So yeah, gotta deal with that. Grabbing the HA from the background. We're gonna get a little bit of the mixed in signals, but we're. I mean, what we just went after the. We got a little bit of Barnard's Loop and M78, so I'm happy with how that looked. No, it is. I can't even say it's Senior Canuck. Because it's not. Anyway, Grandpa likes it warm in the house, and I adapt to that. Oddballs. No, Old Balls resides in a different residence. Ugonium, how's it going? How you doing, Ugo? Good to see you. Yes, that was the. It's Mrs. Canuck's grandfather who lives with us, and there's like this sweet spot of like 6:30 in the morning, 7 a.m., and you get up and it's kind of cold in the house, but then you stand near one of the registers and you get that nice bit of warmth, and then that's it. Afterwards, it's like, I'm going outside. Are you doing well? Excellent. Wonderful to hear. I'm so happy to be imaging again, because it was the forecast for tonight was absolute garbage. Like, this is what it says. This is what it says we can expect. And I don't see an ounce of cloud right now. I don't see one little bit of clouds available, which is great. Which is fantastic. How have your skies been? Ooh, that is a tiny one. The mice galaxies. Clear outside is not always correct. It's true. We were singing and cursing its existence earlier on tonight, but because I was checking on night shift on the mobile phone, it said we had some excellent skies tonight. So I figured we'd go for it. Very cloudy but clear tonight and possibly tomorrow. So no imaging for you though. I mean, I was very skeptical on how tonight's weather was gonna be, and it wasn't until I switched on the outdoor camera and I saw just a sky of stars with the infrared, and you could still, like, everything was shining through. I'm like, well, here we go. I said on Thursday that, we are going to be taking a break until the 7th, and that was grossly incorrect, and I'm happy to be incorrect on that. Coma is up already. we have Coma Berenices, the hair of Berenice. Now, again, this is a tiny target. This is a tiny target here, but this is a... I love seeing these interacting galaxies. It's very cool. We're also near the Whale and Hockey Stick galaxy as well. Can we could probably... We definitely could fit them all in there. Alright, so if we get... Let's go... Where is that sit? That's in the... Oop, let me turn the ground on. That is... Let's see. That's a target for possibly at just maybe about 12:30, because there's a little bit of trees that's going to get in our way. Tiny bit of trees, so maybe like midnight we can go over to that target. Let's see. Interesting. It doesn't even. Why doesn't... There we go. Did I turn them off? Yes, I did. So if we go there, and yeah, okay. So let me try to remember. Try to remember for getting at least 4 galaxies. No, 5. At least 5 galaxies in a single shot. 5 tiny galaxies that we can center on this one star. That'll keep everybody in frame. Or we go for that one. Oh, that will go. No. Somewhere around here. We'll center it in this area. We get a whole bunch of those targets. Okay, first question for first light. What should you attempt if it's clear sooner rather than later? The Rosette or the Coma cluster? Oh. Which scope again are you using? Third Rock, what's their focal length? I'm inclined to say Rosette. I'm inclined to say go for the Rosette Nebula. All right. No, that's weird. Look at that. Okay, something is up. It's doing that for 4 minutes. It's still doing that step. It's got to be. It has to be something with the Stellar View 80 at the 503 millimeters. Yeah, I'd say go for the Rosette. I think you're gonna get some you're gonna get like you'll get like you should get the whole thing, the whole Rosette, the main bulk of the Rosette Nebula in that field of view. But then you're also going to get the details. Like we shoot the Rosette at 300 millimeters. You know, we still have some of the space around there, but if you're shooting at 500, it should still like fit just in there, and you're going to get the details as well as the whole structure. Do the Rosette, it's going to be SHO. That'll be tremendous. That'll look phenomenal. But yeah, if you don't go Rosette, I will not hold it against you much. But I think it would be a well-received target for sure. All right, we have 2. See, you see this little red. Now we didn't have it before. We're in a 5-minute exposure. Do I have to move to 5 minutes? I'm thinking it's got... Okay. Son of a biscuit. I know what it is. I know what it is. It's got to be... It has to be the darks I'm using. It has to be like the wrong dark frame. All right. Forget it. Okay. We're going to let this run for a second. All right. Ha. Ooh. Yee. There's a lot happening in my brain at the moment. a lot of realization of, oh, for Pete's sake, I mucked up. See, we were talking earlier. Was it Shelby Cake? I don't know if you're still hanging around. If not, that's cool. You're asking about shooting stars. Now, we didn't get a shooting star, but we have a satellite that has rolled through. And to the point that we have here, it has rolled through the whole 4-minute, both 2 4-minute exposures. And that little break is while the scope was refreshing. Not refreshing. While the guiding was settling. But we got some structure. We got some structure showing up. Again, it would show up so much better if we had a broadband filter. Because we're cutting out so much of that visible spectrum where you're getting most of the light from these targets, from this. All this is being, we see this because the star Rigel, one of the feet of Orion, is illuminating this molecular dust cloud. But we can't see Rigel; it's out of frame, which is also fine because it is an extremely bright star, and we would have like massive comas around there. And you can see all these lines are satellites in just 8 minutes worth of exposures. Now this one has either been you see how kind of it's brighter, dimmer. It could be a tumbling satellite where you're seeing its brightness change, which would kind of be cool. I don't think it's a meteor. Nope, it is a satellite. It's a satellite as it has continued in this next exposure. But because that line keeps breaking, I would wonder if it may be a tumbling satellite where you're getting the varying brightness. It's a Starlink? All right. I mean, also this area is like, it is heavy in satellite activity. But okay, we got a galaxy here. Again, I love the little faint fuzzies in our images. So, okay, I think, all right, now that we've stacked 3 images. Fabulous. Wonderful. I'm going to stop this for a second. I'm going to stop that. Stop it. Get some help. Stacked image of the current session will be cleared. That's fine. I'm turning off the dark frame. And if that goes back to normal, I feel relieved and I feel mildly silly. Actually, no, I'm going to change it right back to 180 seconds or 3-minute exposures. So back to that. Yeah, not choosing a dark frame. Not doing a dark frame there. Let us commence. I think that might be it. Yep. I mean, if it shows up without that little red, without that extra bit there, which it should now. I'm thinking because it didn't show up in the preview, but it showed up in the live stack. The only thing that wouldn't apply to the preview image is that dark frame that I'm including, and it immediately twigged back. Like, if you guys could spend like 2 minutes in my brain, you could see exactly where this would go. It was showing up on the 3-minute exposures. It was showing up on all the exposures I've been doing over the past like 3 sessions, and it wasn't until I just twigged on that long exposure in preview, and then this exposure in here where it still had that when I processed a Iris Nebula photo from a few years back, and I had dark frames that didn't quite match up. It was largely red. If and when Starlink begins, I'm going to read it. it becomes fully operational or all in orbit, how much do you think they would interfere? Lines with planetary with planetary astrophotography, with very few of their planned in orbit already. It seems like they cross through images often. It's I'm really hoping that as the new constellations of Starlink start going up, that in some way they can decrease the albedo to almost nil and have little to no impact. I think it's going to, over the years, I would like to, I would like Elon to invest that money, paint everything pointing toward Earth in Vanta black, and everything else that needs to require the sunlight to for the receiver or the power, then that is reflected away from us. I think that would work out well. I think there are going to be generations of iterations of, I'm thinking of some other kind of Asian for Starlink that is going to allow it to cut out any interference. So if you're doing for planetary astrophotography, because they're focusing on like Jupiter or Saturn, it's still a very small target. And to have, I would say, if you have like a Starlink go through that little field of view, then that's equivalent to like winning the lottery. All right, here we go. It was the dark frames. It was the dark frames. Oh my goodness. That's been bugging. I thought there was something wrong with my camera. What's going on, Brian? How are you? It depends because most people will image planetary through a Barlow. So again, you're narrowing that field of view even more. So if you have a Starlink go through there, it's gonna be a nice bright white line. It'll be like how we had the ISS. Oh my goodness. The dark frames were causing this. They weren't the right setting, or not the right setting. My dark frames were not out of date. They may have been out of date, but they were causing this red shift and everything. We're getting like here. It wasn't like the right colors. Example, here's the Orion Nebula. 3-minute exposures. Beautiful structure. With the like fresh dark frames. With the one fresh dark frame to cut out any of the noise. And then the other night, the other time we had some, you can see this largely it's red, and it's because the dark frame I was using wasn't valid for this the temperature setting. So, and because it was so cold, the camera was actually cooling below 10 degrees Celsius. I couldn't warm it up. So yeah, the dark frames, why that didn't click. I'm thinking there's something wrong with the camera. I got to send it for servicing, and it wasn't like you can probably rewind the VOD. It's and like a few minutes ago, you can see the penny drop. I am very relieved. We're going to continue imaging without dark frames on here. Without dark frames on the Witch Head Nebula. A reflection nebula, which is not quite suited for our filter, but we're going to go for it anyway, just to get a little bit of structure. Just to get a little bit in there. So yeah, dark frames have to be the same temperature and exposure length as the light. So if your light frame is 300 seconds, your darks need to be 300 seconds. So they were 180 second darks. And it was, looking back, because the temperature had dropped so low, the times we were imaging, that it was below 10 degrees below minus 10 degrees Celsius. Oh my God, what a relief. Three separate imaging sessions. At some point, we make the goats more expensive. At some point. At some point, but I need to get like more goats. More goats somehow. That's enough to throw a monkey wrench into things. That's it. Oh my goodness. I was so worried that there's something wrong with the camera, and that happens again. Like it didn't click. See, these are the times when it's the that we don't always notice, that doesn't click. Yeah, tonight is not that night. That night is not tonight. Not anymore. We got to go back to we got to start the whole night all over again. We need to rewind. So yeah, we're going to have some. We will have some hot pixels in the image that are going to move around because it's dithering. We can look past that. That's easy to look past. Because look at that. Look at that. Look how nice and even that is. Like that red isn't peaking high above. That's good to know. You reuse your dark frames and you're mindful of temperature variances. Normally within 10 degrees Fahrenheit, you don't worry about accuracy. The problem I had with a lot of my darks was the nights would start off at let's say 14 degrees Celsius and then cool down to like 4 degrees, and there was such a huge variance in the temperatures that I couldn't get good dark frames with this camera. All of your solutions tonight will be churro themed. Hot Pixel, have a churro. Ooh, what kind of churro? Ooh, what do you dip your churros in? You do it like Nutella or some jam or lemon? Happy New Year and late Merry Christmas, Mr. Dr. Canuck. No, I told you I'm only a doctor on TV. How's it going, Sonic Atomic? A Happy New Year to you as well. Glad to have you all in here tonight. Cream. I would say I could go for a churro right now, but there's trifle upstairs from second Christmas dinner. Good, excellent, wonderful. Playing Final Fantasy. Oh my goodness, so many people are playing Final Fantasy 14, and it kind of makes me want to get in on it. Is it free to play? Hello, little cute girl. Hello. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you. I did see Nova a little earlier, but I did wish it well to everybody, but glad to see you in here. So a personal Happy New Year to you. Took a deep dive into advanced planetary imaging. It has come so far over the last decade. It's amazing what us lowly amateurs can do now. It is fantastic. Again, we are living in this golden age of astronomy. It has been said by Tony Darnell and Dustin Gibson on their Space Junk podcasts, and I will echo that sentiment. Because when else could we be doing this? Could we be gathering a bunch of people up, looking at images of space, and sharing it with you as quickly as possible, and showing you a reflection nebula with the wrong type of filter, and then also troubleshooting and realizing all the things that have gone wrong? That is definitely Starlink. Look at that. Okay, this is a I don't want to say a historic image, because it's not. It's just a milestone image where this looks like this is the first time we are being Starlinked. This is the first time that we're going to be Starlinked in here. It's broken up. I think that's going to be a Starlink train. So I know the Witch Head can be notorious for that. It's sub base, $15 a month. You do have to purchase the game. However, sales are locked because the game has too many players. Really? Really? You figure it might be okay. I don't know. It doesn't feel plane-like to me. Okay, here's my defense why I don't think it's an airplane. The lines are broken up too sporadically. Because we've had three exposures. If a fourth line shows up, then I'll defend it even more as Starlink. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to concede and agree that it's a plane. We'll know that in just over a minute's time. Stay tuned. Will Astro have egg on his face, or will he be victorious? Left and right ring. Tail right. Okay. All right. All right. I see what you're saying, but I don't see. We don't see any consistent flashes. It's very dim too. I don't know. Kajado, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Glad to have you here with us today. If I said your name wrong, I apologize. Kijad 0, Kaijad. Howdy, newbie astrophotographer here. Welcome in. We apologize, and may the gods have mercy on your wallet. Could be aliens. If it's anything, it's got to be aliens, right? All right, 9 seconds. 9 seconds. Let's see if we add a fourth line in here. Doing processing on M31 at the moment. Excellent. Excellent. Well, glad to have you in here. There are varying ranges of astrophotographers in the stream tonight. So if there are any questions that you do have, please do not be afraid to ask. We are here to help out as best as possible. When they're broken like that, it means the satellite is rotating and the reflective stuff rotates around. Now, I did see this line started to continue. This line did grow, but nothing's changed here. And that looks like there's this line here, and then there's this line here. It's looking more like it's Starlink. In fact, can we not look at it in Stellarium? See, the only reason these ones are broken up is because if they're moving slow enough through the image, and when it breaks to dither. See, that's a fresh one. That's a slow moving fresh one there. There is... Okay, now there's this one here. This was in the... Oh, hang on. Sorry. My face and everything else is in the way. This one here is... You can see it's changing and varying in the brightness. I believe that one is tumbling. That one may just be genuine space junk. But this, if there's more, we're gonna stack this for a little while. If these start to increase, then my thought is still on Starlink. Starlink is, yeah, it is in Stellarium. It is in there, but aka being frustrated at not knowing enough when you did your initial images back in September. Yes, they're like, oh my goodness, Kaijad. My first image of the Orion Nebula was terrible. And again, if I knew then what I knew now, I think I would be like incredibly cocky. No, there is a that was perfect timing. Kudos, Dirty Muffin. It's like we have to go through this learning curve. We have to go through this initiation, as it were. But at the same time, it doesn't need to be frustrating. It shan't be as infuriating as it can feel some nights. Tonight was a little frustrating for me because my histogram wasn't looking good. I realized my dark frame wasn't matching up. It's too cold outside. It's gone below. My camera was started off at minus 15 degrees Celsius. My darks were set at minus 10 degrees Celsius. So for the past couple of times we've had some clear skies, it's been very cold. And I really haven't had to turn on my cooler. So yes, here I am 4.5 years into the game, and only now did it twig after like 4 sessions that I had my dark files were bad. I just need to be smarter about lights. You have a lot of knowledge now. It's just cold. See, I'm using the ASI Air Plus. It is connected to this telescope outside on my deck. We are at minus 12 degrees Celsius, feeling like minus 16 degrees. And I am here in the almost... If I step out of this room into a cooler room, I know it is like freaking warm in here. Winter Webb photos expected. Like a little boy trying to hold his pee and waiting. We might get some images coming through on the... as they're aligning the mirrors, but I don't know for sure when first light is going to be. I would imagine that it probably is going to be later on, like closer to like that 6-month mark. It's gonna be, it's still gonna be a while, but Astroberry is a fun build. We still want to shoehorn it onto an ASI Air. If anybody can do it, Bill. If anybody can do it, I believe in you, sir. I believe in you. You're being stubborn. Yeah, you're being stubborn with the Astroberry. I mean, using something like that, you are not pigeonholed. You're not bound to one certain brand of camera. I'm using the ASI Air. I've been using the original version for quite a while, and then recently upgraded to the Plus, so I have to use the ZWO products. However, I just like how everything works. Everything just like nicely works together, and that's growing. That's growing. If you have so much experience with Linux, it made sense. I mean, hey, if you're going to be able to do some amazing things with an Astroberry, really looking forward to seeing what you can do there. And if you have an Instagram or anything like that, feel free to please drop it in our Discord, or even share it here. Always happy to have more people sharing their images. So we thought that it could have been an airplane, because 3 lines is going to be telltale of an airplane. However, you're still going to get the lights flashing on the wings and the tail light showing up. But this is growing. This is now... Can we say it is much more possible of it being Starlink? Yeah, now that I'm still looking at that. I'm still looking at that at the AM5 from ZWO. It is still enticing me. There's an indie plugin for talking to the GPIO pins for the power control. You found those over the summer. Really? All right. Very cool. But yeah, no, I would love to see a tinker with that as well. Lord Wisinka. Did I nail it? Did I get it? Did I get this one right? Maybe for the first time ever. Lord Wisinka. Wisinka? Wisinka. Sanka. Oh, I like Sanka coffee. How you doing? Thank you very much for the follow. Dead Chrome, hello. Hello. Don't come in often, but you need a place to chill out. Always happy to have you guys hang out here. Whether you are just chilling in lurk mode, or if you're asking some questions. Close. It's Lord Visenka. Okay. thought I had it. I thought I had it. I will butcher almost everybody's name the first time they pop in. But welcome. Glad to have you in here. Just sad because you're lonely and sad. Well, you know, it is. We are happy to have you in here. And if you have any questions about what we're looking at right now, we are shooting an image of the Witch Head Nebula, where you can see the shape of the chin and the large nose of the classic image of a witch. Or possibly with the size of this chin, I would probably say this should be the J. Leno Nebula, but I think the witch head just works out a little better. ASIR Pro is a Raspberry Pi 4B. The power module uses the GPIO interface. So is it just that... I don't even know what GPIO stands for. But is that like the limiting factor for shoehorning an Astroberry in there? So I think this has got to be Starlink.
By the power of
Gotta be Starlink in
Grayskull,
there.
I have the mustache.
Oh, well, perfect. Now, if we could get these Starlinks out of the way and actually general purpose input output. Well, see, there's my new thing I've learned today. See? Always happy to learn something new, add a little bit more to the vocabulary, so next time somebody has GPIO and I bust out general purpose input output, makes me look like a real smarty pants. Well, there goes that mustache. Okay, so that looks like it is Starlink. So the target we're looking at right now, this whole area of molecular dust is being illuminated by the star Rigel in Orion. However, it's out of frame. We don't have that wide enough of a field of view. Actually, we don't even fit the whole Witch Head Nebula in there because there's still more to be seen on either end. But I figured we'd go after it just for just to see what we can see. It's not the correct filter that we would want to be using. However, I have very little light pollution, and I have every bit of faith now that we are doing the right thing with our live stacking software. So it was never the ASIR. It was me. It was a user issue where I was getting this red tone in everything. But now we're back on track. You just have to find the pins to send values to control the voltage that goes to the power ports. For a while you thought it was just on and off until you realized it took variable in order to control the dew heaters. You don't have a good, you don't have a VOD of it, but you're sniffing them on stream one night. I do like when you do tinker with things. It is just, again, I by no means do I tinker in the level that you would do, or even like Security Live with their tech. But if I do get my hands on something, and actually one thing I wanted to do was I kind of ruined my. Now, somebody who may have been tuning in for the last year know that I have beard lights, and I started mucking around with them to try to hook them up to a USB cable, and that just didn't work out too well for me. So, hoping to get some new beard lights for the new year, and we can try to connect those properly to at least a USB powered outlet and control it through chat somehow. That's my goal for 2022. Get beard lights that chat can control. Dustin from OPT doesn't want to send you stuff to demo because he knows you're going to take it apart. Just if it exists, you're going to rip the absolute shit out of it. No, I wouldn't think he's wrong. But again, it's always fun to know the inner workings of things. Is to be curious. Like, there are some things it's fine to accept the way certain things are, but then you also want to really, really dig into to see what we can find out. You didn't weld it shut. What did you expect? if people didn't want me to tinker with this shit, then shouldn't send it to me. It shouldn't exist. You missed the streams when he streams. Let's take this apart and make it work better. It's their fault for using screws. Where you'd left off before you had to stop streaming, he was monkeying around with the side loading and other indie drivers, as well as to run an indie server alongside the ASI Air Pro software to mix in unsupported accessories. It's the... I like the ease of the ASI Air. I really like that. I haven't had a chance to use to tinker with an Astroberry or use a Stellarmate. But yeah, if they would open it up a little more, but then also that kind of changes that exclusivity of the ASI Air products. See, screws equal screws, welds, ergo, you're going to get into it. One of your exes freaked out when you ordered a set of lock picks off the internet. It's like, why do you have those? There was a time I was looking. There was actually one time when I was working back in Canada before I left for the UK. We needed to get into a building which didn't have a very complex lock system. And then after that, we eventually did get into the building because somebody lost the keys, not me. But we had to get into the building for some cleaning. And afterwards, I'm thinking, how much is it to get like a lockpick set? How hard is it to pick locks? So I was like that close to getting a lockpicking set. You forgot about the EQM35. You could honestly get that to save a chunk of cash. I mean, if you're looking for like a portable setup, or at least as portable as possible, but still having a robust enough mount to control your scope, then it's like, I would say the EQ6R Pro is definitely a step too far for thinking you're going to have an easily portable setup. I would say like the HEQ5 would be at the top of that marker for having something as portable as possible. Until you lock yourself out of your house, and then they're invaluable. You've done this a few times. Well, as long as it works for you. ASI Air Pro runs on a indie server under the hood. They just won't include all the drivers you'd expect with other platforms. So that was the thing. It was if I had managed to get a Stellarmate, then I would have largely had some Altair Astro cameras, and then which probably would have led me down the road to like maybe some QHY. But right now, I'm still happy with the equipment that I'm using. And I figure that it's not like overly breaking the bank for a lot of the cameras, unless you're getting into like the 2600 or the ASI 6400s, when you're edging more towards the full frame. But the square sensor that we have, like this is square not by choice. This is the sensor size on the ASI 533. And again, when I first was looking at this, I'm thinking, how much is this going to be a factor? How much is this going to annoy me with a square sensor? In the end, it never mattered. It honestly never mattered at all. Living in such a 16:9 widescreen world for so long, going back to the square, almost 4:3 aspect ratio of the older TVs, it just seemed almost like a step back, but it doesn't make any difference. In fact, some targets just sit nicely. Sits even better in a square frame. Ooh, where's my internet going? Hey, internet, where'd you go? Internet. Hello? Hello? Sorry if there was a little... I wonder if it's actually getting too cold out there. Is it getting really, really cold for the... Oh, actually, here's another thing. Witch Head might be past the... Witch Head may be past the meridian. Let's see where we're at. Where? So, yes, we are past the meridian. I'm going to move the laptop real quick. This is neat as hell. Well, no worries. Glad you're enjoying it. I did get a lot of use of the ASIR Pro until they added support for the Canon RA. Do you still have the Canon RA? Kick his ass, Seabass. I loved Cam Neely in that movie. Supposed to be clear there for tomorrow for the first time more than a week. Although it's snowing tonight, you're going to have to find a new observation site because the snow will shut down the mountain overlook to use as your observation point. Like how much snow are you expecting there, Brian? Eagle core is a different animal than the eagle. Eagle core, is that like the eagle core is like the whole computer setup, or is it the eagle? Which one? Because I know there's one you can use as just like your entire setup there. The Canon RA is your main astrocam right now. Did they stop producing the RA as well? Did that fall short? The Eagle Core is the baby one for the DSLRs. All right. Okay? Here's my limited knowledge. Orange Pi and Raspberry Pi. What's the difference? The RA is finished, eh? I would imagine. I mean, it's very specific. It's a very specific kind of market. All right, so we're past the meridian, and I don't want to go much farther without doing a flip. So we're gonna pick another target. But I'm really happy with how this has turned out, and that I've discovered what has been wrong with our images. Or at least what has been up with the with that extra bit of red. And only because I have completely neglected on noticing the temperature for my darks. So we're gonna I'll let this last one go through, and then we'll pick another target. The Orange Pi has more memory and horsepower than the Raspberry Pi 3. The Raspberry Pi 4 is comparable now, though. Are the Orange Pi systems like are they larger as well? Because I get the whole idea of like the Raspberry Pi is like this little device. Like the whole computer system is in here. I could probably open this up, but I'm also afraid to open it up. I kind of don't want to pop this off at the moment. To be fair, I don't know which way it comes off. But yeah, that's what a Raspberry Pi consists of. Small little device. Don't look at my thumbprint. Send it to Bill. Yeah, but how will it open? Yes, the first one was the Raspberry Pi 3. And also there's no USB 3 ports on this. Does the Pro the Pro has USB 3, correct? Okay, that image has come through. The camera is dithering. I really need to focus. Oh my goodness. Okay, don't even look at those stars. Don't even look at them. I'm surprised that where guiding is right now with stars like that. They're USB 2. Oh, really? Okay. We're just going to stretch this like crazy at the moment. Just so we can see the overall structure of the Witch Head Nebula. So I wouldn't usually see, you can see a lot of the RGB color mottling in here because it's still, we're amplifying all the noise in the moment. It's like stretched too far. However, we can get some decent view of the witch head, which throw on the proper filter and this would look even more incredible. It takes USB-C for power natively. I don't know if the bus is fast enough for USB 3. You'd have to look. Yeah, no, for the ASR Plus, there are 2 3s and 2 2s. But I'm going to back this off a little bit. Just make it look as nice as possible, so we can just use this for reference. I think I have to. Yeah, we have to stretch this a little bit more, just to get some decent contrast. But again, we've stacked 10 4-minute exposures on here. No, sorry, we've gone back to 3-minute. I'm sorry. We've done 30 minutes on that target. We're going to pick another target also because we've gone way past the meridian at the moment. That's the one thing about live stacking. It doesn't register when it has gone past the meridian, so it won't flip the telescope to the proper position, which is also bad because depending on how the scope is going to move, yeah, we'll have to adjust that. Interesting. The why did the goat fire? That worked. That's weird. Some things. See, that works. The redeem works. The camera that I'm using outside is a Tapo C20. I can control it with my cell phone. And yeah, we can adjust where it looks. So far, I don't believe that the infrared actually interferes with the camera. And my goodness, my theory on things have been way off for what was possibly mucking about with my camera before, and now I know what it was. But yeah, to have kept that goat, well, I don't know. You know, hindsight, glad we didn't keep the goat because I have no idea. Pardon me, how to care for a goat. I don't think they don't really eat tin cans. But let's have a look at a target. And now that we are like unimpeded by any kind of poor dark frames. Ooh, haha. Okay. All right. Can we see Thor's helmet? Can we see Thor's helmet? I'm pretty sure it's only on Hemsworth's OnlyFans for Thor's helmet. But NGC 2359. It's not. See, usually you want to have a nice zoomed in view. I've added orbit lines to Starlink, see if those were earlier satellites. I didn't do the lines, but I think if we actually, to be fair, I thought did satellites get turned off on here? S. Oh no, that does the stars. No, I want the stars back on. Because before I could see Starlink. Oh, there we go. Oh. keep turning the meridian off. There is one. Yeah. Oh, no, it wasn't Starlink. There goes the meridian. Wait, that was a line of satellites rolling through. Yeah. Echo Star. Unless they've changed the name at all, but... They may just be some geosynchronous satellites then. No, they shouldn't be, because the geosynchronous don't move. NORAD. There's a bunch of NORAD ones. You love your Starlink dish, but you don't like the streaks. All right, so it wasn't Starlink that went through, but it looks... Again, there's a lot of heavy satellite activity around Orion, which can be frustrating. Yours were on before too, but they disappeared. Had to change a few settings. Now I somehow I accidentally discovered the hotkeys in Stellarium, and still the most useful one is the semicolon to turn the meridian on and off. So let's get back to where we're at now. I was thinking about checking out. Actually, where was the what else do we have available here? Oh, there's some amazing targets that are coming into view very soon. We have probably another a little bit of time before a couple other targets are available. So let's try to aim up, and away from any possible problems. Like, yeah, we did the... See, the monkey head, again, that's a target we've imaged a little bit. But again, that's kind of like coming right past the meridian. The growth of satellites is stunning. When you were a kid with a telescope, it'd be pretty rare that you would see a satellite go overhead. Now, you see quite a few every night, going way the hell back. Your dad remembers seeing Sputnik going over. See, that must have been oh wow, look at that one satellite, that one lonely satellite orbiting the Earth. My goodness! And now it's like they're totally ruining the sky. Back, welcome. Little void cat hijacked you as you were getting ready for bed, demanding to be cute or whatever. Imagine that, cats. Imagine we have 4 cats here, and they all have their own personality. And the odd time, I do hear one cat at the door that she always wants in. I'll eventually have to get a cat door on this thing so she can come freely as she wants. Daisy, baby, hello. How are you, Daisy? Good to see you in here. All right, we're going to pick a... Let's see what target we have available. Oh, Stellarium, where are you there? I think you. Right, I was going to see if we could check out Thor's helmet if it is available. There are a few targets around this area that we haven't been able to image before, and I had like 5 minutes before with Thor's, so maybe we'll get it. We'll try that NGC 2359, see how that turns out, and then we'll see about that combination of the whale galaxy, the hockey stick galaxy, and the mice galaxy. A pair of interacting galaxies. You got 90% of the build down in Notepad. Can already tell this is super expensive, which you figured, but it will be worth it. I mean, it's also like if it is what you know, what you want for a telescope setup, then really you go for it. Sometimes, like with how I started off, it was a slow build, and to the point we're at now is very close to what I would I would say is the ideal setup to what I want. Now, those who say they are completely happy with their and call their telescope set finished, well, then there's always going to be room for improvement, you know. Yeah, pretty good. Finally at home, spending some family time with the chaotic side of the family. Brian. Brian, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. You're finally home from spending yesterday with the chaotic side of the family. Love them, but Lord, those kids are loud. We had a little bit of family visit yesterday. But yes, it is. It's always good to have that time down to yourself. But yeah, Brian, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the resub for 3 months. Greatly appreciated. Onto the spike of appreciation. Missed that one there. We're glad to have you guys in here. There's a man that put catwalks all over the top portions of the walls in his house with mouse doors into every room attached to those catwalks. It was quite impressive. Mrs. Canuck and I were talking about doing that for the cats. Not so much with the doors, but at least just to give them a little space to get up and off the floor, especially if the room were vacuuming. They like to watch, but they don't like the sound of the vacuum. You want to know so much more about doing some of the setup, though. You're hoping to get to that level of automation. It can be a long process, or it can be a short process. It all depends on what you want to do for astrophotography. But yeah, like I said, this was curated over years for what we have set up now. And like I said, there are some people who will spend the money and get exactly what they want right off the bat, which is, if that's what you want to do, fantastic. I was fairly confident I wanted to go down the route of astrophotography, but I was deterred by a lot of people saying, "Oh, polar alignment could be such a pain. Polar alignment could be so hard." I mean, ask around. There are plenty of people who are willing to help out with polar alignment. All right, maybe we are centered or not. I'm not sure. It's basically the setup you've wanted since you started astrophotography. And again, if you want to go in for it, go for it. You know. Ooh. I like that preview. Make sure. Oh my gosh, that is so poorly out of focus. That needs to be refocused for sure. I just need to figure out silly crap like how do you not be garbage and do proper auto guiding image acquisition. My first foray into auto guiding, it was a night and a half. It took I spent a whole night trying to get getting PhD 2 guiding to work, and it was absolutely horrible. It was horrendous. So these things can take time, and sometimes it's like you kind of need to have these bad nights to enjoy the good nights, and then also learn from the bad nights. As long as you learn from the bad night, it's not really that much of a bad night. Although really any time you spend underneath the stars is a good night for sure. This setup would honestly get you by for a long time. I think for everything that we're doing here, everything that I've been doing on the stream, I would say there is nothing over the top with this setup. There's nothing that isn't attainable over a year's time, or of saving or selling kidneys, whichever way you want to do it. That it is. I also try to keep things as down to earth as possible. Pardon the pun. And just be able to have it as if someone else is to try to go out and get this set up, it's not going to absolutely bust the bank. So again, we all have our own levels of what we like to do for astro imaging. Brian, your kitty is ancient. She's 21 now. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's wonderful. She still acts like a kitten. As long as they you know, I think it's the same way as adults. As long as you still have that childlike curiosity and can enjoy the silly things. Age is only a number. Daisy, you're pretty exhausted, so probably won't be talking much, but you'll be here in the background. No worries. I've said before, I appreciate the lurks. I appreciate those who leave a tab open. And yeah, it's just one. I'm sorry, I'm very behind at chat at the moment. But yeah, it's always a nice way to support, and I appreciate you guys hanging out here. Kaijad, you have the Esprit 100 and Apo triplet, and you got an 8SC. Ooh, very nice. Trying to take your time, learn all the things, and be a sponge. There are. Oh, nice. Sonic, that's cool. There are tons of resources online, and you know, any questions, again, we're happy to talk about it and kind of troubleshoot things. Eventually, it took me like 4 imaging sessions to figure out what was wrong with my setup, and we got there. We got there tonight, so super happy about that. The Guar! Holy moly, what's going on? Is it the Guar or the Guar? The Guar. Welcome in. Citrabite. Ooh, foot picks for sale. Hello. How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Howdy. What's going on? How was your night? Foot picks for sale. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. You guess you're fully automated except for the polar lineup, but still babysit it because you don't trust it. Too many times auto meridian flip has failed. You don't want to crash things into the pier. No, you do not want your telescope doing that. Yes, welcome in. How was your night? How was your stream? What did you guys get up to tonight? Thank you so much for joining in. We are doing some live astrophotography this evening. This is our telescope. That was almost the wrong scene. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and everything that I have built this stream upon is what we're doing tonight. Using this telescope in my backyard in southwestern Ontario, we are now starting a new image stack. We are on Thor's helmet, and I gotta say, I'm excited for this one. I have never had a long period of time with this target, so this is the first time I'm going to be properly imaging Thor's helmet. So glad to have you guys in here today. Yeah, wonderful. High Point Scientific has a buyback program. Otherwise, you trawl CL. You found both your first scopes using the used section of HPS. Like I have a mixture of used and new equipment. I do like to get new equipment. However, if there is a good deal on some used items and they're still in great shape, then yeah, definitely going for it. Definitely gonna go for it. But yeah, this is the first time I've actually imaged Thor's helmet. And that's looking pretty cool. It is a super wide field view of Thor's helmet. However, it's looking pretty sweet. And if we actually have it available for like the whole night, then when we have like some clear skies, definitely want to get some more time on this one. Yeah, happy to have you guys in here tonight. Hopefully all is going well. Glad to have you all in. The Guar, thank you so much for the raid. Glad to have you bring your community on in here. I welcome everybody in. Like I said, my name is Tom. I am always happy to share the night sky with you as often as possible. Tonight was a bit of a surprise stream for me as well, because there's still some old Christmas elements on theme here. But I just want to be able to get out here and take some images of the night sky, show you some cool targets. We've been looking at some other targets that usually we don't get to shoot here, so it's always nice to take a look at something new. And especially for this, for me, Thor's helmet, we've had a little bit of time with it back in England, and it just, the timing didn't work out for the vantage point, because I either had to knock down my neighbor's house or cut down some trees. There's very little time that we had with this one. What's going on, old Neener? How are you? How are you doing tonight? But no, it's I've heard horror stories about problems with the ASI Air, but that was like early on in the early iterations of it. But for now, so far, everything has gone very well with this scope. I have like no complaints of the mount and scope. I thought I had complaints about the camera earlier tonight, but that's all been sussed out. We have it all figured out, and everything is running even better than before. It just took me a while to realize what was wrong, why I was getting some... You see, why didn't the lurk command work either? What's going on? Streamerbot. Hang on, let me restart this. Oh, I know why. We had that weird little dropout, and it disconnected. We had that weird little drop, and things doing great. Was busy all evening, so you couldn't jump on until now. Well, glad to have you in here. Old Neener. Now, is Goat working? Does Goat an exclamation point lurk? Does that? There we go. Is this working now?
Should have gone for the head.
All right, that one still seems to be busted. Dang. Oh.
Okay.
That worked. That seems delayed even for me. All right. Into the abyss? No. Into the beard. Deep dive into the soft, cozy, sandalwood-scented beard. All right. So yes, there are some things that aren't triggering for some reason. Why the snap isn't working. Why that's not working. I'm not sure. Let's give those back. All right. Okay, did a hotkey change? Did I get a hotkey change on here? No, it's still on. Right. Okay, while I'm doing this, let's go back to Thor's helmet. We have 3 images stacked on there. We have 3 images of Thor's helmet stacked up. Oh, has something changed? No, nothing's changed here.
You should have gone. I am.
No, that still plays. But why doesn't... Why doesn't the hotkey trigger? Peas and rice, I know why. I know why. Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, I'm going to turn off this. Sorry, I'm going to turn off the the snap for the moment, because I realized what I did. I mucked up. I deleted something I shouldn't have. This is course of goat. Have you kept him? Yes. All right. Goat. Hang on a second. No, yeah. Goat. Goat should work. Right? It's enabled. I don't know. Oh boy. So I'm using the ASI Air Plus. It is the live stacking feature that's on. There's the Pro has a live stacking feature, and the Plus that has just been released has this feature on there. Okay, I'm not going to fuss too much on things at the moment. Medieval Dad, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. The night's going very well. I mean, it's fantastic. Look, we have clear skies. You can see stars. You can see stars in the background. This is fabulous. And we have Thor's helmet. Right now, you're trying to get by on what you already know, but you have a lot of future reading bookmarks. I mean, we have a bunch of different links in our Discord, and again, there's always offline help that we like to offer. If you have questions, just drop it in the Discord. I'm in there a few times every day, just kind of hanging out, just seeing if anybody are dropping some messages. Now I'm wondering, may not be going up for another coffee, but I will need some more coffee. But yeah, the night's going really well. This is the live stacking feature on the ASI Air Plus. It has improved things immensely, because you can adjust how long you want to do your live imaging stack for. The only problem is if you go past the meridian, it will not flip. It will not do a meridian flip on the telescope. I didn't learn that the hard way, but I did learn. I almost learned it the hard way when I was imaging the Pleiades a few weeks back, and I fell asleep, and I woke up, and the telescope was like way past the meridian. And had I not had it on a pier, it definitely would have banged into the mount. So that was a bit of a relief. However, also learning that it just doesn't do the meridian flip. I don't know if that's got to be a bit of a dust. That got to be a bit of dust. I couldn't imagine that was anything there. Nah, it's got to be a dust emote. But that pier, I got the pier because I needed to get a little bit extra height, because the back garden in England, there's like very little window of opportunity. Pardon me, sorry. So yeah, the pier has been invaluable. It was I think it was like an extra $60 or something like that, or 40 pounds. Well worth it. Well worth it. The ASI Plus it does do the automated meridian flip when you are doing a session, like in the automated session, but the live will just keep shooting. It'll shoot indefinitely, or you can have it stop after X amount of exposures. But otherwise, it'll just keep going. So, which is good and bad. I mean, it's good because it got us that image of the Pleiades that I never had intended, and bad because if I wasn't paying that much attention, well, actually I wasn't because I was asleep. Yeah, it definitely would have been would have been hitting the pier. So let's, now that we have some more, well, we have, what, 18 minutes on this. Not a whole lot of data, but again, I'm going to just absolutely stretch it beyond what we should, and we can see the structure of Thor's helmet. I gotta say, that's looking pretty cool. That's again, it's another one of those targets that I've seen so many people image before, but now these are our photons that we have captured. This has been our time spending on this target, and I gotta say, waiting years to actually get a good capture of this target. I think it's a little overcooked on this, but we'll, as long as we start stacking more images, the signal to noise ratio is going to start to improve. Now, also keep in mind, I am in a Bortle 3. So on the Bortle scale of light pollution, 9 being the worst, 1 being the best, we're at a 3. We have no immediate neighbors around us. There's only a small bit of a tiny little light dome. It's more like a light cereal bowl from the larger neighboring city. But other than that, it is an absolute dream moving from, I used to live in a Bortle 5 back in England, and then when I moved back to Canada for a little bit, I was spending time in Bortle 8. So there is a massive contrast in between those images, and then here in a Bortle 3, getting Reflection Nebula with a filter that is better designed for Emission Nebulae. Just happy to see what we can get in these images. I think you have everything required for a full setup, all in the list now. You just need to work on buying it. Well, I mean, I think I have a. I mean, it depends. I would say that everybody was going to be very helpful if you wanted to kind of post your list in the Discord. But I think if you are confident what you want to buy, then you know what, and you've kind of worked everything out to fit that whole setup and as portable as possible, you're saying, then you know it's more of just the encouragement that we'd like to offer. You're chilling in 5 to 6 at your home, but you can drive out to a 2 to 3 without a lot of road time. That's always good. But again, it's there have been a few times I've driven out to a remote site. I didn't completely forget everything, but there was one night when I did leave behind a power pack, and when we got out there, luckily the clouds rolled in, and there wasn't much to do but then just take some really wide field images with the cell phone. But still, it's those times when it's like, do we have everything? You triple check, you quadruple check, and then it's like some of the smallest little bits of equipment that don't make it into the bag, which can be really annoying. I don't know where your current location is, but your hometown, you can see the outer Milky Way, and the sky looks almost like a huge cloud. Oh, that seems to be working again. Yes, we are, like I said, we're in a Bortle 3, and I can spend a couple of minutes outside in the dark, and the Milky Way is visible. It feels like it's such a weird feeling to me, because I have not had such a dark sky, and it just seems so, they're like, to the point where there's some of the constellations aren't as recognizable. You know where they are, but there's just that much more, that many more stars available because of like the less light pollution. You're confident in the things you've picked. Most of the stuff you've had in your previous setup. Well, I do hope you enjoy that equipment when it does roll in, and hopefully the cloud taxes will be very minimal cloud tax on any new equipment. That's also why I think is I bought a new to me used telescope, and it didn't come with a cloud tax. It kind of worried me, actually. I had it set up on the first night, and we're out imaging. That's why I have everything stored in one toolbox beside the mount. It's very easy to grab and go. I am trying to keep things consolidated into as little boxes as possible. So far, so good, but I think I could probably do better. I did that last week. Traveled 45 minutes to observing site. Got there early, and then realized you grabbed the wrong cable by accident. And so it was early. You drove all the way back home, grabbed the right cable, and drove all the way back. Ooh, but as long as you had a good night after that, as long as the night was salvaged by that one cable, that's also worse when it's like that one little piece of equipment that almost seems insignificant at the time. Right. So I did say I forgot about the snap, why that wasn't working. I've been deleting things in Leorin board because I'm migrating everything over to StreamerBot. It is the hotkey. Now, wait a second. Why doesn't but the lights should work. Why isn't Lumia Stream operating? What's going on here? Nice. See, that's okay. I gotta figure things out there. You got a coworker that's going up to the Mauna Kea Observatory soon. Ooh, yeah, a little bit to a lot of jealousy there. And doing a guided sky tour as well while he's there. I think they're using an 11-inch SCT. I think that I would like to get an 11-inch Rasa. However, my mount is not going to handle that. I would have to upgrade the current mount that we're using. Hang on a second. Let me channel points. I have to turn off the snap for the moment because that seems to be not working out. 11-inch Rasa, you need a damn crane to move it around. I mean, right, I would imagine so. This is an 8-inch telescope, and it was like the biggest telescope I've ever used. And when I first set it up, and the way how my mount was set in the UK, it was like over my head trying to get this thing on. And I'm thinking, I'm the only one here. If I get stuck, I'm gonna have a really weird phone call to try to make to work with my butt. Although I feel I'm a little more fortunate at the moment. That looked like a meteor. It probably wasn't though, but it looked like one. It seemed to have the. It probably wasn't. We'll see. Is anyone around? Someone? Hello? Calling out to my neighbors. Hello? It's your late night weirdo. Someone help me. You did that night. You were able to get a photo of the Orion Nebula you posted on the Discord. Oh, that was when you shared a little while back. Yes. Yeah, that was this one, right, Brian? Which is fabulous. Love that. I promise it's literally a telescope, not a euphemism. Yes, I'm aware it's 3 a.m. Please help. Keep the current, just get EQ8RH, and then you won't need another mount until you go to plane wave. How much is an EQ8RH? Do I have to sell my neighbor's kidneys as well as their whole house? I think you can improve on it. You want to try again. I mean, it's always worth going over old data as well and just implementing some new techniques, which is always fantastic. It's just gonna be a sad face emoji behind the dollar sign. That is the price of a lot of the equipment that we're looking to get. But eventually we'll get there. It is there are goals that we're working toward. So let's see. I have really bollocked something up here. I'm gonna have to look at the snap afterward. Find out what's up with that. But I think everything else works in terms of lights. Not that many other ones that... No, it's just the Xbox, the achievement unlocked one that works, the lights. Okay, so clearly I did delete some of the wrong things. But we are looking at Thor's helmet right now, which is also known as NGC 2359. It's a bright emission nebula and or reflection nebula in Canis Major, nicknamed the Duck Nebula, or more popularly, Thor's helmet. It's also cataloged as Sharpless 298 and Gum 4. Never heard of the Gum catalog. Viewed through an O3 filter, this nebula is a fairly bright, large, and irregularly shaped V with several obvious concentrations. The brightest lies at the southern end, spreading from the west of a 9th magnitude star. Several filaments extend northward to the triangular asterism. 3 11th magnitude stars mark its northern edge, with a 4th 11th magnitude star at its southern vertex. The very faint planetary nebula IC 468 is attached to the northwest end. Although similar in nature to the Bubble Nebula, also similar in nature to the Bubble Nebula, NGC 7635, in Cassiopeia, NGC 2359 has a more complex shape and curved bow shock structure. These are thought due to interactions with a nearby large molecular cloud. Thor's helmet is an interstellar bubble blown as fast wind from its bright central star, GSC 54073417, sweeps through a surrounding molecular cloud. The central star is a Wolf-Rayet star, an extremely massive giant in a brief pre-supernova stage of evolution. These stars are very rare, incredibly hot, 25,000 to 50,000 Kelvin, and expel their outer layers at velocities up to thousands of kilometers per second. Thor's helmet is approximately 15,000 light years away and 30 light years in size. Now, saying that it's 15,000 light years away, but then its distance also says 1,800 light years away, so don't know. You gotta cross-check it in Stellarium, perhaps. You're hoping this year you can start getting real astrophotography equipment. You're starting a new career, and you'll be getting paid much more than you have been, and you'll have the kind of money to get things rolling pretty well. Excellent. Well, congratulations on that, Brian. $11,000 for the EQ8RH. Well, you know what? The most important piece of equipment should be your mount. You want that as sturdy as possible, as robust as you can. I've seen the EQ8R at a trade show, just as it was released. This is the images do not do it justice. It is a tank. It is a figurative beast. Like, I thought the EQ6R Pro mount was hefty, but as soon as I saw this one on display, it is humongous. It's just, it could be a bouncer at a club. Just move your car around. Yeah, just image with your car. That's fine. Well, hold your telescope in the car. There are two versions of it. The one is the $5,000 one. Then there's the one with the gear tracking thingy that's $8,500 for in the US denomination. The guiding accuracy is amazing, 0.25 arc seconds. I mean, it's going to do. We've seen that Dylan O'Donnell and Trevor Jones using them. Using the EQ8 models, and I mean it's like after that, like Third Rock, you're saying the next one is moving to like a plane wave mount. You know, it's I mean that right there is like future proofing to the nth degree. Exactly, it should also make you some nice hot fresh churros as well. I think that would be a fantastic side mission for this thing. All right, how long have we been on this? Been on Thor's helmet for? We got 8 stacked images, 3 minutes each. Again, this is all back to like the colors I should be expecting in here. It includes a back massager too. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Churros sound amazing right now. Now here's not what sounds amazing, but I forgot to bring it down. Last month, originally how it started off for our December goal was if we reached 80 subscribers or 80 subscriptions to the channel, I would eat a ghost pepper. We ended up smashing right through that, and that was also at the time when I switched it to a vague December goal. I'm still going to honor that. I'm still going to honor the ghost pepper. I have ghost peppers in the fridge right now. Now, I also so those who are new to the channel, I enjoy spicy food. It also has to have flavor. So yes, I will eat a ghost pepper, but there's going to be something flavorful along with it. Because yes, we'll endure the pain, but I also like to have something tasty. So again, as well, what we do with everything, when there's increments of 50 bits, we do have some scorpion pepper sauce that we dip some little cheese bites into, and it's delicious. You're about to say you love spicy food, but even that's, yeah, well, I mean, it's the experience of it all. And also the fact that when my tongue goes numb, and it's just always a little bit of a accelerated challenge. This is a color camera with the filter I'm using is the Altair Astro tri-band filter for the one-shot color cameras. We are using it is cutting out a lot of the light any source of light pollution really, and we're getting just the hydrogen alpha, the O3, and the hydrogen beta, which is because this is an O3 target. Why the majority of it is this wonderful kind of green, this teal color, and just that little bit of the HA signal coming through. So I also love these bicolor targets, where especially with the Veil Nebula, with the eastern and western veil, that have these like very distinct lines between the O3 and the HA signals. You used to grow scorpions in Texas. Best damn peppers, in your opinion? There is. See, I also had some ghost pepper tortilla chips from Paqui, and they had a very specific burn. We had, and I'm expecting the similar burn, but more intense with a fresh ghost pepper. They are, I mean, they're tasty too. They're good. I have yet to attempt a one chip challenge. I'm going to wait to see what they do for 2022, because at this point, the 2021 chips have eaten through the package. But that's the other thing is if something is spicy for the sake of just being hot, then nah. I don't enjoy that. Okay, here's also the speaking of hot, we have this little cluster of hot pixels, and that's why we had the dark frames to try to get to mitigate those hot pixels, and just try to get rid of them. However, putting the obsolete dark frame on there totally ruined the colors. So, you know, we'll deal with the stray little green and blue and red. So we got this one here, this little cluster of hot pixels. Just to be able to get as accurate a color as possible. I have ice cream on hand. I will have a coffee to hand. I will endure. How's it going, Carl? How you doing? Good to see you in here. What's the good word? What did were there any new Lego sets for the holiday season? I am currently waiting on some more Lego sets to become available. In this stream on Sundays, again for those who are new, every Sunday in the morning, except for this recent Sunday, we do have our Lazy Sunday Lego streams where we will build items such as the Infinity Gauntlet or our Christmas wreath. And most recently, what we've been working on is the NASA Space Shuttle, and also starting off with the Hubble Space Telescope. So this is our multi-stream, multi-week build, which has started off with like I said, with the Hubble Space Telescope, and we'll be building the Space Shuttle Discovery starting next Sunday at 10 a.m. And I'm also noticing certain messages I need to adjust. Anyway, this is the size of Hubble, the heft of it, is making me realize how large the Space Shuttle is going to be. And I don't know how well the Space Shuttle is going to fit in this camera frame. I may need to switch over to the wide field view in the coming weeks. You want a Webb model? Me too. There have been a few other sets recently that have reached the 10,000 supporters, and the SR-71 Blackbird is one of them, which again would be a fantastic addition. The Titanic set looks amazing. However, I have no inclination to purchase a set of that size. Maybe if I was more of a Titanic historian, it might be something to get. But yes, there was the recent announcement about a week ago, just before a lot of the new sets have been released. I'm going to quickly jump over to Lego for a second because we're letting more images collect on. There we go. There is the Blackbird. This is, I guess, yes. I was saying before, this is the epitome of the coolest aircraft, the coolest vehicle ever constructed by mankind. So if we can get this, if this reaches the shelves, 100%, this is going in the collection. It is have a red sled driver. I've not. Is this a documentary book or what's it about? We do have a book section in our Discord. You've been to the National Air and Space Museum several times. It's wonderful to see the shuttle there and the SR-71. It looked, I mean, like even like for the G.I. Joe sets, when Cobra had one of these, like it was just so freaking cool. Book written by an SR-71 pilot. Ooh. Maybe it's available on Audible. But no, this was that would be cool. There is the possibility of the James Webb reaching our shelves. Hopefully it does. I would say the one thing about the build for the submission for this one, they couldn't use fabric elements, but with the latest creator series of the Volkswagen bus, it does have fabric elements. So I would hope that if this goes to production, that it will have some like foil-esque fabric elements to it to recreate that solar shield. As well, there is an orrery, which would be a fantastic build to have. Again, how can they build upon this in the to make it fun to build and fun and to take apart again and rebuild it. So there's a great deal of space themed sets. Also, I mean, this would be fun as well. It'd be fantastic to have a Soyuz rocket. You know, get some of the major players in the space race on our shelves. The engine for the SR-71 is still top secret. So when they delivered it, they asked where they wanted it and turned on the engines till they melted in place. Really? Oh my goodness. Okay, sled driver. I am probably going to forget that. We do have a books and movies section in the Discord if you want to write those in, share it, because I will. There have been a couple others I've checked out. I've downloaded Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy to just try to have I've been able to have a lot of science fact books on there, but have this pop culture icon in there. It may be hard to find. A physical copy is hella expensive. I would imagine so. It's certain books. It's like it's interesting which books are going to be go on the massive price increase. All right, we have 12 stacked images of Thor. I gotta say, this is pretty cool. This is a very rewarding target. Again, we're using the filter that is designed for capturing Emission Nebula, like Thor's helmet. And maybe we find some other brighter targets. Now, I've kind of been sitting around the area of Orion and Monoceros. You collect some books. You have one that is $600 signed by the author. That's leather bound. Ooh, very nice. I have what's one of my more prized signed books? I have the first appearance of Deadpool signed by Stan Lee. That is one that is not going anywhere for sure. And I also have another picture of the Amazing Spider-Man number 2. Yes, with Fantastic Four and Doc Ock. That was signed by Stan Lee. So I have 2 items. One of them I actually had him sign. One was at one of the conventions in London, and the other one was a 10-year anniversary gift from Mrs. Canuck. So both prized possessions that need to be hung up in here somewhere. Maybe over there. Somewhere. All right, so what do we have? There's so many targets available. Now also, like I said, I've been weary of the skies, of the weather, but I mean it's looking so nice. It is freezing out still. I think we're at our lowest. We're at our lowest temperature right now, though. I don't think it's getting any colder. The only really cool books you have are some of the old first U.S. editions of some Tolkien books, Unfinished Tales and Silmarillion. Sorry. As well as a limited edition hardback of the Neuromancer. A teeny tiny SR-71 right up there. All right, where is... Yes, see, here's let me refresh this page for our weather, which doesn't look... I mean, we're at the clearest point at the moment. And here, the other good thing is that we're at a new moon. This is the coldest as we're going to get. I'm feeling like minus 15. So really, there isn't a whole lot I probably could turn the cooler off on the camera, but the whole beauty of this setup is that the ASI Air cameras can cool to minus 35 degrees below ambient. And I have it cooling at minus 20 aim for minus 25. The cooler isn't working very hard, but it's keeping that sensor nice and cool. Well, we're going to pick another target. Let's see, we'll do a little bit. We'll bring any more detail in on that without really ruining things. You ruined this picture. All right, super duper wide field view of Thor's helmet. But nonetheless, with 39 minutes of imaging time. I think it's looking absolutely tremendous. And it wasn't until I did that that 5-minute exposure and didn't get that weird little red line that I realized what was going wrong. All right, you're gonna try to get some sleep. This is absolutely delightful, and we'll definitely hop on for more streams soon. Thank you for the info and the stream. Well, Kaijo, thank you so much for joining us. As always, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer. We're happy to talk about astrophotography as often as possible. Like I said, our regular stream times, we have Fridays, Saturdays for astronomy-related items. Any stream can pop up when we have some surprise clear skies. And then Sunday mornings is our Lego stream. So always glad to have you in here. Take care. We will look forward to seeing you again soon. We will continue with our imaging session tonight. And also, I'm going to take a look at what the weather is going to hold for us, because I will probably, once we kind of end the stream, I will aim to pick a target that we're going to image for the remainder of the evening. And then we can have some multiple hours. And I think we actually will have clear skies throughout the rest of the night. Hopefully so. We'll keep an eye on that, but we'll pick another target that we will image. And let's see what we're going to go for here. Let's see, because I think we've passed the meridian. Oh no, we haven't. We're approaching it. All right. Now see, actually, it's I will go back over to, yeah, I'll show you Betelgeuse. But then I will also take a look at some other targets within Orion, because I am hopeful that we do have a great deal of these targets available over the roof. So it's also good to get that baseline as well, because again, we haven't had the opportunity to experiment too much with the scope and what targets we have available. Let's see what we got here. So this is the meridian flip that I'm talking about, where the scope has to reorient itself, so while it's following the stars, it's not going to overtrack and then crash into everything. So the big scope that you're looking at right now is our deep field view, which is at about 1,000 millimeters. The middle scope is the one that we're using right now, is what we're imaging with. You can see the camera on the back, which is the Skywatcher the Skywatcher 72 ED Evo Star, and you can see the ASIR Plus on the back, and you see a lot of frost on the scope as well. It is chilly out there. Maybe this will be the year Betelgeuse goes supernova. Imagine, right? I don't know what we would do. I don't know how would you feel? How would we feel about that? Knowing that the Orion constellation has completely changed for forever. Subaru, I have imaged the Pleiades before. I have imaged them in the past. Hang on, let's go over here. The wonderful thing about when you're imaging stars, we don't need a great deal of time on them, which is fantastic. So let's do... Whoop. All right, let's do that on there. We're guiding. Yes, there's the... That's going to come through in 20 seconds of Betelgeuse. The star that we hope will go supernova in our lifetimes. It is one of the next candidates for a possible supernova. But we have imaged the Pleiades or the Subaru before, and I have reached a point with our images that I'm going to say I'm happy with. And until I'm able to get more time on that target, I will definitely call that session done. Now, where is our... And... There we go. There is... See, now this little coma, this little halo we see around the around Betelgeuse, that's from the filter that we're using. And usually, if you're using a different broadband filter, you kind of get rid of that large halo around there. So, as far as the Subaru or the Pleiades, this has been our best image of that target so far. This was about just over 4 hours worth of exposures, and using the same filter we're using tonight, which is better designed for not this type of target. However, with the limited amount of light pollution that we have, we're able to still get a lot of detail from this reflection nebula. What remote camera are you using to see your telescope? Yours was junk. Worked great for a while. Importantly, it let you toggle the IR lights on and off, but it died in the summer's heat. I am using the Tapo C20, which has so far worked well in rain and sun and freezing temperatures and hot weather. It's survived a lot more than I thought it could. But how you doing tonight, Pilot Astronomy? Good to see you in here. So yeah, it's the Tapo C20. And I figured it's worked out really, really well. The fact that I've left it out in the snow, in the freezing temperatures, and the rain for the past month, and it still works. It says indoor use, but I'm not saying that it's waterproof, but it seems like it is a tough piece of machinery. I paid like 25 pounds for it when I bought it in the UK. I remember imaging the Pleiades back in January last year. It's a rewarding target to image as well. Like, it's such a bright open cluster. And even with binoculars, you can start to see a little bit of that faint fuzziness around the nebulosity. Now, there's one of the stars, Merope, which has a little bit of a nebula associated with it. However, I did not take that into account while I was imaging this target. At best, what I have is a galaxy that is about 250 million light years away. And that's this little target right here, which is that little... One of the little things I love about astrophotography is, yes, you have the main image that you want to capture, but then there's always these little tidbits of these little jewels. Yes, we can toggle the IR on and off. When you had yours on, the IR had a noticeable impact on your images. Your camera has the IR filter, but those IR lights on the security cams are more near infrared than infrared. So far, I haven't really noticed any real issues with this. I thought I was having an issue before with some lights and cameras, and ended up I had bad dark frames. Bad dark frames were an issue. So yeah, Carl, this is Betelgeuse. Like I said, one of our next candidates for a star that is could potentially go supernova. It may have already exploded, but we won't know for another few hundred years at best. Or it could have blown up like 599 years ago, and we'll see. So I think it would be, I would be remiss. I'd be very sad to see the constellation of Orion change, to see the star go. But at the same time, what a show it would be. What an event it would be to see a star go supernova. And even with still, we do have that bright coma around, and that's from the filter that we're using. Other filters I have will not have this bright halo around the stars, but it's still it still has that bright orange color to it, which is wonderful. Now there's also a feature. Let's see if we can brighten things, get enough contrast in here. That there's also the shape of what's been referred to as Pickett's bell, where there's this bell shape of possibly some dark molecular dust obscuring some of the stars around Betelgeuse, or Betelgeuse, which is also Bet-al-Guz, which is Arabic, and basically any star, Alcyone, Algol, Raj Al Ghul, anything that kind of has that al in there, is going to be Arabic in its nature, in its origin. But then there's other stars that have been named for other figures in other languages. But yeah, if we could see Betelgeuse explode, that'd be incredible. There was one that went supernova in your lifetime, was in 1987. Alas, it was in the southern hemisphere in one of the Magellanic Clouds. I would say that even now, if there was going to be a supernova in the southern hemisphere, it would still be widely covered enough. We've actually captured the nova in Cassiopeia. We have that on our imaging system. I say, holy potatoes, we've been going for 4 hours now? Oh my goodness. I love the imaging sessions. What would you do if the nova went right now? Hein! Holy potatoes, Hein! Hello, Hein. How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. How are you guys doing tonight? Good to see you. Good to see you in here. Thanks so much for the raid. What are we up to? Mojo Jojo. Hello, welcome in, friends. Glad to have you in here tonight. Welcome. Mojo, how are you? Can we get a shout out for Hein, please? Thank you. Welcome in. For those who may new, holy potatoes. Thank you, Hein, for bringing in your community. Freckled Science, how are you? Oh my goodness, Mojo, can we get a shout out for Hein TV, as well as Freckled Science? My goodness, how are you doing? Hello, Joshua Sweet, Groggy Nod 3D, Sociable Steve, welcome in, Freckled Science. Freckled Science, how you doing? Welcome in. Glad to have you guys in here. Yes, if we captured Betelgeuse before it exploded, my goodness, as it exploded, could you imagine Could you imagine if that happened? But welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who came in from Hein_TV and Freckled Science, I welcome you all in. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And this is what this channel is all about. We are doing live astrophotography. We're doing live astrophotography here in southwestern Ontario. We have some surprise clear skies. And right now we are just taking a quick look at Betelgeuse, one of the shoulder of Orion, as well as one of the stars that are a candidate for going supernova. But yes, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for joining in. Mikey 2020, how you doing? Groggy Nod 3D, Sociable Steve, thank you all so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here today. Actually, I closed the window back. Well, welcome in. What'd you guys get up to? Hein, what were you up to? Amanda, what were you up to? What's going on? Good day. Spaceflight Dreaming, hello. So because Betelgeuse could have exploded 500 years ago, and we're still waiting for the light to reach us. Exactly. We could be waiting to see it. So that's the issue that we have with the speed of light. As fast as it is incredibly slow. Major Sinkhole, hello. What's going on? You're playing some Genshin and chatting with friends? See, I feel if I was maybe 15 years ago playing games, still play video games now, I would be more into Genshin Impact. I still like Heino. I seen a lot of people playing Genshin Impact, and there's a lot to do in that game as well. That's why I love that there's so many. Aren't we? Maybe. I don't know. I've done 40 trips around the sun. I feel like my taste in games have changed. However, I can still appreciate the grind for some games. You acquired an armor set you've been longing for. Ooh, which one's that? I'm still getting familiar with the Elite Dangerous. But yeah, Freckled Science, so glad to have you and your community in. Appreciate it very, very much. Joshua, thank you very much for the 49 bits. Much appreciated. Thank you. You'd love to play Star Citizen, but you gotta save for it. That looks cool as well. That looks really cool. You're all out of bits. No worries. Joshua, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Appreciate you coming in, spending some time here. Thank you for joining us today. Do you know the word that begins with an A for a shadow on the moon? Autobot. You know what? If I do, it has totally escaped me. I probably don't. You have to find it again. No worries. I appreciate some tribute. I always like to. Star Citizen requires insane stuff. I'm started playing Elite Dangerous. That is ridiculous as well. That is a learning cliff that somebody mentioned to me, and I really, really get it now. So this is we're looking at Betelgeuse right now, but I'm going to send this over to. We're going to go over to the Orion Nebula, because that is let's save that image first. I think it's fascinating that we can see some surface details of Betelgeuse. Yes, there was a article on ESO that had some fantastic details on Betelgeuse. Okay, so everybody's madly clicking their screen, I can see. So yes, this is the little heat map. So when we're looking at things like this, y'all can point at the screen. Let me know what you're pointing at. And instead of saying, what's that star over from the fifth little V point on the, that's how we know what we're looking at there. But Aeon Wrangler and Spy Spicy McHaggis, welcome in, welcome in. Glad to have you in here. So yes, we are going to change targets. We'll stop this image here. So this is the telescope that I'm using. That is an airplane flying through. Any little swift movements, we're going to see little bits of frost and dust motes flying around. But yeah, this is what we do on this channel. This is my telescope on my deck here in Southern Ontario. We have very, 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 very little light pollution, which is fantastic for astrophotography. And that is why we can pick so many different targets that have so many different views. Now I'm going to see if we can get a look at the Orion Nebula. Hopefully the roof isn't going to be in the way at all. You're in Buffalo. Hello, neighbor across the border. You got a cheap scope for Christmas and finally got it set up. I was looking at Orion Nebula about an hour ago. How was that? How is that angler? Sorry, arrow angler. I can muck up Twitch names like the best of them. We can totally bollocks up the names. That's our antenna tower. That is the did that look like a meteor just beside the tower? Was that kind of flashing and dimming away? I don't know. We'll see. Well, hello, Arizona. How are you doing? How are you doing? You saw that. Okay. See if that's if that actually may have been. See, because there are all the dust motes that fly around, but then meteors. That looked like another one. Oh, I don't know. I need to get a camera that's a little more sensitive. Wait, you were never clear about it. Did you actually have that live, or have access to a full-size observatory? No, this is my deck. This is my office. The camera sits on my deck, which is about 100 feet away. Could have been a bug, could have been a bird. Although there's not a lot of light that is illuminating. But this is the Orion Nebula. You want a scope, but you want a 3D printer more? Fair enough. I didn't happen to see the meteor in August of 1995. No. Wait, hold on a second. The comets, Hyakutake and Hale-Bopp. Because of how it looks, your telescope looks legit, like it's in outer space. It's the low light pollution, where it is the background of stars readily appears behind it. But yeah, this is a 5-second exposure of the Orion Nebula. The meteor that allegedly crashed somewhere in Canada. Oh, that no. Then I am not familiar with that. So yes, the Orion Nebula, a fantastic target. It is, if you're looking at the 3 stars of Orion's belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka. If you're in the northern hemisphere, it'll be below those, and if you're in the southern hemisphere, Orion Nebula will appear above those 3 stars. And it is one of the brightest nebulae that you can see with your naked eye, because we want to be able to do long exposures. This is 5 seconds, and we're getting detail. This trapezium cluster in the center of this stellar nursery is so bright that you do need to do some HDR imaging, where you need to take these very short exposures to bring out this detail, but then you need you need to have the longer exposures. You need to have your longer exposures to bring out some of the finer details within the nebula, or sorry, surrounding the nebula. Now we're going to do longer than 30-second exposures. But the beauty of Orion is you don't need to do exceedingly long exposures on here to get some details. Someone on a houseboat on Lake Michigan has a video of it. I mean, if you have if you do have the video, I mean, you can drop the link in chat, or you can drop it in on the Discord. Always like to see some of the events that I may have not been paying that much attention to. Like I've always had this love of astronomy, and not until recently, when I went to a star party back in the UK, and we managed to look through a whole bunch of different telescopes. I got my first picture of the moon with my cell phone, and I was like instantly hooked from that point. And it has grown into this amount of equipment that we have now. And so yes, we do have there are the two towers. One of them is no longer in operation because that had our old crummy internet, and the taller tower now supplies our much more reliable internet that we're using right now. But we got so here's a 5-second exposure. Okay, it looks nice. It's you get the base idea of the Orion Nebula. However, there's still more detail to be seen. There's still more nebulosity to look at. This is a star forming. This is a stellar nursery. There are young stars being born. There are protoplanets possibly being developed. You can see some NASA images. There are some. You can see the bow shocks of the stellar radiation pushing against the interstellar medium within this nebula. Larud. No Rud. What's going on, Larud? How are you? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight, spending your time, and it was always welcome. I am always happy to have you guys in here talking about astronomy, talking about astrophotography, talking about what you had for dinner. What did you guys eat tonight? I had leftover turkey sandwiches. There we go. Now we can start to see more detail. The longer the exposure that you can do on here, the more you're gonna be able to see. Satellite you saw was heading down from the trapezoid towards the southwest. Now, you can get programs like Stellarium, which can track satellites. So if you do notice something that may have gone through your image, you can identify what it was. We've had the International Space Station fly through an image, which we originally cursed the existence of Elon Musk and the Starlink, but it ended up being the International Space Station that blazed through one of our images. And Rich Luna 20, thank you so much for the follow. As well as one Spurs fan. There's just one Spurs fan? Nobody else likes the Spurs? Anybody? Bueller? Anyone? Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate the follow. But yes, you can take a look at certain objects that may have crossed your field of view. Nailed it. Everyone always feels it's so confusing. Tim Duncan retired, so they're not good anymore. Pretty much all the basketball players I followed as a kid, they've all retired. Bring Dennis Rodman back. Put him back on the Bulls. But how you doing, Spurs fan? Is it easy for tracking telescopes to track satellites as they pass over? Satellites are going to move at a much faster rate than some telescopes can slew that they can track. Also, tracking some of the smaller satellites. Well, maybe there may be some. There are some telescopes that could possibly that could track them, but you'd want to be tracking asteroids more. More likely nowadays, a Spurs fan is for soccer. I don't know. I did. Was it Tottenham that one that was like the favored? That was like 5,000 to 1 to win a few years back, or was it another football club? I was talking about this with a friend the other day because I caught wind of that when because I was living in the UK at the time, and it was just one of those stupid bets. I'm like, yeah, I'll put £50 down on that. Sure, let's see what happens. Well, we would have had a much bigger telescope if I was right. Doing well, taking it easy on your day off. San Antonio Spurs. This username is the only reason I know how Tottenham Spurs exist. I hedged my bets if it was going to be San Antonio. All right, let's do a little bit of adjustment. So the Orion Nebula is incredibly bright. Is an incredibly bright target. So you don't always need to have such long exposures, because you can see we've already overexposed that core. The trapezium cluster is very, very bright, but there's also these other faint areas of nebulosity that we still want to expose and bring out details in our images. So you do need to carefully choose how long your exposures are going to be. We are doing 3-minute exposures, and we're stacking them on top of each other, so we're going to get rid of a great deal of the noise that comes through. However, when the target is nice and bright like Orion, it does that signal to noise ratio is much higher for the signal. So, and especially because you're doing shorter exposures, the camera doesn't get that much time to heat up. Also, we've cooled it down to minus 25 degrees below zero. We are sitting at minus 12 degrees, feeling like minus 15 degrees. So the cooler actually isn't working that hard, but we're still able to get some incredible views of Orion. And the more time we spend on this target, we'll get rid of this graininess, and we'll start to get more details becoming sharper. We also have a very wide field of view. If we were to use a longer focal length on our bigger telescope, which has more light gathering capabilities, then we're going to get some different, like the dust lanes. These will be much sharper because we're zooming in that much closer. Telescopes are always best because they are designed to focus at infinity, as opposed to a lot of the the contemporary cameras that have, when you're focusing, change the focal length, there's a great deal of glass elements in between sensor and your object, which can lead to decreased transmission of light, possible reflections, which can degrade your image, or having to cause more headaches when you are doing more post-processing. So the fewer elements you can have between you and your target is going to be much more beneficial for your imaging session. So we have the Orion Nebula and the Running Man Nebula. In between, there is still a great deal of molecular gas and dust that can be resolved by adding more exposures, adding more time to your targets. But again, it is a nice, bright target, Orion, that you don't need to spend a great deal of time to get these details. It's kind of getting that right mixture of the exposures to keep this center portion nice and tame. So if we pull this back a little more, then we can start see even the. Let's see if we reset this, it's still overexposed. Like we've pushed. This isn't stretched at all. This is a very, very bright portion. But if we do the auto stretch, where you can bring out the other details, you start to lose a little bit of the details. You've been trying to learn how to take better pictures with the camera and still learning. I mean, like what camera are you using at the moment? Which one are you using? I used to use this camera. I used to use the Canon Rebel T5i. Or it's the 70D. Can't remember what the equivalent is. Holy potatoes. That's this camera. With the 75 to 300 millimeter lens. Are you me? Am I talking to me? Tamara is here. Good morning. Hello, how are you doing? Yes, I have some of the earlier images that you find on the Instagram. It has been using the Canon T5i on top of a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. Using the 75 millimeter lens, it was still too long of a focal length to try even do a short exposure, because you want to have a much wider field of view to try to get like at least a 30-second exposure with this camera. The sensor is nice. I like the size of the sensor. the image files started getting really, really big. I think they're about like what 35 megabytes, whereas the image files that we get with heat on this, we are, we're sitting at like 17 megabytes, which is a little more manageable. One of your life goals has been to find a comet and get named after yourself. Do you feel like if you discover this comet, Brian, it's going to be the one that hits us? Do you feel that's going to be the case? Like, yes, we've discovered it. Perfect. This is Comet Brian, Brian T. Primate 2032. Oh, sugar lumps, it's heading right for us. You seem to get the planet's rotation longer than 6 seconds, but can still kind of see streaks starting at 4 seconds. With a fixed tripod, no tracking. I got my hands on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer, and that immediately changed everything for astrophotography. But yeah, it's it is being able to track the nights, to be able to have a tracker. You did watch Don't Look Up the other day on Netflix. ALF. ALF is going to be a new term. You'd be like, oh, sugar honey iced teas, it's coming right for us. Damn all the luck, right? So the Orion Nebula this has been one of the targets that I imaged very early on, and like immediately fell in love with this target because it is fantastic for beginners. It's great to even look at the Orion Nebula without binoculars. Like if you can see those 3 stars, you can see the belt of Orion. You can see the Orion Nebula. Your meat cameras are capable enough of seeing this nebula because it is so bright. There are other targets that we image that maybe you can't see them that well. However, it is fantastic for beginners. It is great for experienced astrophotographers who want to pull out as much detail as possible in this target. It seems nowadays there are not too many amateurs finding comets with amateur scopes. Not so much the comets, but you're going to find you can get data from the all sky imaging. What is it? The acronym is ASSASSIN. Is the ASSASSIN program that will monitor asteroids and any other near Earth objects, but then you can confirm their position as long as you have an observatory number. Asteroid hunters are a good example of those who are using. Oh shoot! What's happened here? What's happened here? We got some streaks. We got streaks. What's happened? Oh, I think I know what's going on. Oh, I hope I know what's going on. Uh-oh, what's going on? Is it not tracking? Hang on, what's happening here? Before we do that, let's save that. There we go. Save succeeded. Perfect. Stop. What's going on? Is things frozen, or if we may be pointing at the tower, which is oh shoot, we're spinning out of control. We are spinning out of control. Oh dear. All right, hang on. Let's quickly pick a target. Yeah, the tower might be in the way. Pick something quick. Pick something quick. What haven't we? Something's still on this side. All right, let's try for this again. IC 2177. LBN 10. 7. Yeah, all right. Pardon me. Is M31 in view? I believe it has gone below the horizon now. Let's see. Boy, that is frosty out there. I'm realizing I have to go outside and cover things up once we're done. Andromeda is still up, but it's just going to be in the trees, unfortunately. It's just low enough that's going to sit in the it's in our trees here. But no, we are. Ooh, hang on a second. Hang on, something is going wonky here. No, what's going on? What's going on? Still tracking. Hang on. Sorry. Maybe it's coming back. Let's give it a second. Pleiades is higher. It is, but we also have. This was our image of the Pleiades from a few weeks ago. What city are we in? I'm in southwestern Ontario in the Grey Bruce County. So I'm in the only section of southern Ontario at the moment that has some clear skies. But at the moment, what is up with the what is up with this? Are we back under control here? Because that's freaked me out a little bit. Hang on one second. Let me change that. We're getting okay. For some reason, the declination was way off. Hold on. I don't know if something is. I don't know if anything was freezing, but no, it looks like we're back on. We're back on target. Why the declination decided to go for a walk? It might be getting too cold. I gotta say, the mount has never experienced temperatures like this before. I mean, it largely existed in the United Kingdom, where we didn't get like anything below like -5 for the most part while this was operating. And now we're sitting at feeling like -15. So maybe it's having a little bit of a disagreement. All right, let's Let's start a few images on the. Actually, I wanted to go over to the power supply. Power supply is solid. Power supply is connected directly to the mains. The Windsor incident, just after midnight on August 25th, 1995, a bright fireball was seen streaking over western Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, West Virginia, and southern Ontario. The fireball was so bright that homes were illuminated as if it was the middle of the day. I like how people will like to instantly go for here's the UFO. Well, no, it's a meteor. It can be easily tracked. I think every 10 degrees Celsius is 1/1000th of an inch. You know, it's crossing units, but it's easy to remember. For thermal expansion and contraction. Okay. Now, we've seen some bright meteors that have been captured before. So does the ASIR finally have an app for a PC, or is it still BlueStacks? It is still BlueStacks. I have not tried out the. Some people are saying there is the app for the PC, but I have yet to try it out. I've yet to give it a whirl. So we're on the Seagull Nebula, but I think I might quickly move over to another target. I was just trying to pick something in the area away from the towers. We will be taking down one of the two towers, and so that'll open up a little more of that of the southern sky for us. But I think that's the issue that kind of came about as the guide star was being lost in the truss. So let's see if we can pick a new target that's going to be interesting to look at, and then maybe also pick another target that we're going to image for the remainder of the evening. So until about maybe 6 a.m. when the Astrodark finishes at 6:15 in the morning. So we have we'll have about 5 hours on a target if we do pick something soon. Let's see what we have. What do we have available? Are we on? Is the right time? Oh, there was the one thing I wanted to check out. There was a combo galaxy. Yes, there was the Whale Galaxy, the Crowbar Galaxy, and also the Mice Galaxy. Sorry, I thought I saw another thing on the... Sometimes it feels... Let's see, hang on. Sometimes I think that there may be some meteors caught. There definitely have been meteors caught on the security camera before, but it's also discerning which is a meteor and which is just being illuminated by bits of dust and some tiny snowflakes of frost are going to be illuminated by the IR sensor. So I'm gonna have to go back and save these videos. I definitely lit up like the day, but they say it crashed in Windsor. I always like seeing those who have reliably had confirmed meteorites that they've been collecting. All right. Where is what is a good target to look at for a little while here? I think we are in the Quadrinids meteor shower range. If so, I did see the Quadrinids are just kind of coming up above the horizon, and if see, that wasn't one, that was too quick, coming from the wrong direction as well. Let's see, activity. It could be 28th of December to the 12th of January. Maximum of the 4th of January. We're a day out from the maximum. So very well could be. It seems like they could be originating from the correct direction. Oh,
Astrophotography, you will find 1 credit for violation of the Verbal Morality Statute.
Brian. Brian, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. On to the spike of appreciation for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, hey. No. Haha. 2100 Z on the 3rd of January for the peak, according to the article on space.com. I mean, if it's going, everybody always says, "Oh, this is going to be like a breakout year for the comets, or it's going to be a very, very highly active meteor shower." And really, it's you're not going to get much. It's when the comet kind of comes around again to recharge a little bit of that debris field is when we're going to have some more activity. Although I'm probably going to have to take out the memory card, and have a run through the film. No, not the film. The film. The film, he says. The footage to see what we might have witnessed on there. But yeah, it's what we can take a look. See, because we have a very wide field when it comes to looking at galaxies, and sometimes it's not a wide enough field when we're trying to look at nebulae. Although taking a look at the Leo triplet, that's almost it may be a good candidate, but again, they're kind of, they are looking at distant galaxies. Smaller distant galaxies are sometimes difficult with the with this filter. However, Markarian's chain. Yeah, we're facing away from them when we're at peak times this year too, so we're not going to have the possible best view. All right, let's see if we can start stacking on here, because Markarian's chain is again one of those targets. NGC 4438. It is a very interesting line of galaxies. All right. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. That's not too bad on the Seagull Nebula. It's not exactly where I would have wanted to have it framed up. However, it's looking a little better than what we had before with the last time we tried to image it on a full moon. So I say it's not too bad of an image. We can add a little more contrast, and maybe we can see if we have some decent details to pull out for a tiny little bit of detail on there. But we'll see, and we'll let the last one there go for 30 seconds, and we'll see. Oh, also, let's let this save down. So in the next up and coming streams, I'm going to talk about the some of the future events that we're going to do. Friday we are going to have our astronomy chat session, and as well as eating a ghost pepper, because that was part of the original plan of a subscription goal for December, which I did change up just for the making it more than just eating something ridiculous. But we did smash through that goal, and I do appreciate all the subscriptions from December, and yeah, I'm still going to honor. I will definitely honor that. We have we have the ghost pepper chilies to hand. But I think if we let's see, I'm going to head over to our other target here. Back to preview. The next Saturday will be our rainy day astronomy session. If we can gather some data on Markarian's chain, I think we'll try that out with it. It's thinking about the target, what we want to have available to us for some future data. But yes, and then next Sunday will be our Lazy Sunday Lego stream, where we will continue our build of this one here. This is one part of the NASA space shuttle. We got the Hubble Space Telescope has been built, but we will I said we'll continue. We'll build the Space Shuttle Discovery. And we'll continue those Lazy Sunday Lego streams. Now, we'll send this over to Markarian's chain, which is NGC. Oh, we have flurries? Uh-oh. Okay, maybe we'll be switching things up. Ruh-roh. Flurries is going to put a damper on things. Flurries is definitely going to put a damper on some imaging. Now, I don't exactly want to put it back to the home position. Yes, the desk cover. I'll show you what it is. It is the stream is from Stream Elements, and it's that double extra large desk cover. And I gotta say, it is actually pretty. I'm happy with the quality of it. So this is the Gamma Cygni Nebula. And it's thin neoprene, so it sits nice and flat. It does sit nice and flat on there. If it was garbage, I would totally tell you that it's garbage. But it's not. It's actually pretty decent quality. Must be a breeze blowing on stuff. I don't know if it is. It's. I would hope that it's maybe a breeze, but there was the possibility of some flurries. How am I switching to the cell phone and OBS? I am using, what's it called? OBS Android? No, wait, hold on a second. No, it is Droidcam OBS. Thank you. I did try OBS Ninja. Droidcam OBS ended up being like it worked out the best. And also the fact of that I have this camera is an old cell phone. This one is the cell phone. Oh, hang on a second. This is my current phone, and it's still off the same Google account. So it seems to work out pretty well. It's always on in the background, so I kind of try to keep the phones plugged in. There's another good one too, wired, only called Camo. See, I like the idea of a wired camera because there's the IP address changes on here every now and then, which can be annoying. Now that looks like general flurries. It does look like general flurries. Check the forecast. Because the wind direction right now is at like 4 miles an hour from the northwest. We don't really have a whole lot of wind going on. You can reverse IP based on MAC address in the router. Pardon me. Would that work for making it wired, or what can you do with that? I gotta say, I have felt the ebb and flow of being deep into tech, and like I remember a lot, like with one of my older laptops, I went into like the Windows operating system and like changed. I was trying to like change it so it looked like the Umbrella Corporation. So even like the Windows startup screen was the Umbrella logo and not the Windows startup logo with like a bloody zombie handprint on there. And now if you ask me to do it, I would not have a Scooby on how to execute that. It'll work for keeping the same IP address. See, I don't know how well. I'm like Droid Cam. It's not too bad of a. It's nothing, but I can quickly fix it by just changing it in OBS, and it recognizes it across all the scenes, which is fine. Why does it want me to verify what's going on here? It's supposed to start snowing there in just over an hour. So we have frost. There really isn't much of any precipitation. So, but it has been some very, 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 very loose flakes of snow. Yeah, let's point this over to, I think, something in the northeast, northwest. Where's Markarian's chain heading for the... Yeah, I could have... I could put, okay, NGC 4438. Let's get the telescope over there. 4438, because that is the one of the central galaxies within Markarian's chain. So let's send that over in that direction. Currently raining sloppy junk. Well, let's see how this, you can really see the sparkle on the big telescope. Man, no, this is the coldest I think this whole thing has been operating on. I'd be interested to see how everything else is going to go with the scope. It's got like a disco look to it. What am I eyeing up for the next big upgrade to the setup? I would hazard to say, oh boy, what do I want to do? Oh, did I pick the wrong target? 4438. No, that's right. I don't know if it would be like another scope, or would it be, if it's going to be like a filter wheel, then there needs to be the automatic focuser along with it. It feels like that is. It's not a trick question. It is. I would like to acquire a good hydrogen alpha solar scope, because that will definitely allow us to image during the day. The big scope has its cover on. I do have the cover on top of that. So it's the middle and the top scope are the ones. So I was originally looking at the Daystar, at the not the Daystar Quark, but like the kind of the entry level version. And as nice as that would be, it's looking at everything that like a Lunt would do for solar observing. It just seems like it is that much better tuned. You think you're wrong in thinking that the moon shadow name started with an A.
Nine forward.
What?
40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 4 forward, drifting.
You're thinking it's possibly a penumbral lunar eclipse.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a
Would it be when
guys
it's at
about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
What are you thinking of, like perihelion and aphelion? When it's or perigee and apogee? Be one of those as well. You may have been, because when you were singing the AM, I was thinking either it was one of those two. Okay, now the guide scope looks dim. The guide scope is looking dim. Let's see, let's do a minute. There may I'm wondering if there's like frost or snow or what. It should be. It was on Saturday night, early Sunday on a weekend on November 2012. It was only a small sliver of a curved shadow of the moon. Would it just have been a waxing or a waning gibbous? Or if it was, yeah, because the only thing I think about for the moon. Oh, which one? I said a lot of words. Which one was it? Waning gibbous. Yeah, it feels like the I don't know, it doesn't actually look that bad. It doesn't look that bad. How's the guiding looking? 0.9. We're still under. I think it should be okay. All right, let's do one of these on Markarian's chain. So this is a series of galaxies that appear in a row. Because when you're looking at when you're looking out towards the Virgo supercluster, it's this whole big larger network that we're a part of. You're going to see a lot of kind of patterns in the sky. I appreciate that groggy nod. Thank you. I do what I can. And if there's any kind of point of clarification that we can offer, fabulous. If not, we'll look it up. We'll get it right. We'll find the answer. We'll get there down the line. The newest moon you've ever seen is the thinnest crescent morning after the big solar eclipse in 2017. You timed your journey so to be on the Utah Salt Flats before sunrise. It was an amazing journey. You traveled from Virginia to Oregon to see the eclipse. And it's got to be like supremely satisfying as well when everything works out in your favor. Because there have been many times when I have tried to capture something relatively unique in the universe. Now, most of the time, things are going to come around now and again, or at least once a year. Sometimes you'll see the once in a lifetime chance, and it's really just once this month or once this year. It'll be try again next year. Sometimes there are some rare events that do occur, like the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn when they were very, very close in the sky. But still, there was still another 45 million miles separating them. You had the shot you wanted in your head before you went on the trip, and nailed it. You posted this. Yeah, go ahead. It's a composite shot of the different phases of totality. You're off to bed 1:35 in the morning. Yep, same for me. We're going to do a 5-minute exposure on Markarian's chain. And if everything looks good, guiding is back to acceptable numbers. I think that's fine. Then we will set up an auto run session. We'll set up an auto run session and let the scope do its thing for the night. And this, like I said, this has been a very, very surprising stream. And a very surprising clear sky. So I'm very happy to be able to share this with everybody tonight. Biglerman. Is that like a version of a Pokemon? What's going on, Bigler? How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Glad to have you in here today. So we're doing a long exposure of Markarian's chain, which is a series of galaxies that appear to be in succession. Now let me find, oh gosh. Let me get the location here. You're in Wyoming for that. You'd fly home to Arizona since you're done with the fire season from that day at work. So you drove back to Arizona in time for the partial eclipse. My goodness. I am very happy with the like I count myself incredibly fortunate to be living where we are right now and being able to get these clear skies. And although it has been very sporadic, I think we've been very, 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 very successful. Wait, you just realized it couldn't have been the Earth's shadow because it was another shadow on a crescent moon? The shadow had a crisp outline. When was this? Was, you said November of 2012. Post that date in, if you could please, in the Discord, because there could be other people who can check that out and see what the what it could be. All right. How is this? All right, that's not too bad. That is not too bad. All right, let's bring some detail up a little bit. Ooh, what was that? Bit of an anomaly. Winter storm to jolt mid-Atlantic with a quick hitting snow. When's this? What's a black moon? 2 new moons in 1 month. Ooh, you hear the blue moon. I never heard of, funny enough, I never heard the terminology of a black moon before. All right, this doesn't look, I don't know. This seems a little too, I wonder if the dew heater is, I didn't have it turned up high enough. I feel like this is a dew point. No, we still haven't reached it. We still haven't reached the, I don't know, I'll have to check. We got some astro events in here. All right, cool. Oh, we got some wet. No, there's weather. Wow, Brian, that's awesome. That's tremendous. That was well worth the trip. That's very cool, man. Ah, that's fantastic. It's just I love seeing what everybody else has been, what people have been doing. What adventures you go on, and when there are successes, when there are you feel the agony of defeat. Okay, excellent. Beautiful. I will see a black moon. Yeah, that's cool. Not sure why I was in the winter storm. I don't know. Wicked. Okay, I am kind of all right with this image. It doesn't look as maybe because we're well, I think as we're shooting galaxies with a narrowband filter. Probably not the best idea for a target, but I'm interested to see what has happened here. What's this little anomaly? Probably some weird series of hot pixels on there. But I want to save that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this target. Anyway, and that's gonna lead up until 142. 4.5 hours. That should be fine. 4.5 hours, and I'll probably end up having to. I'll get up at about 6:30 and check on things. Let's see. Estimated 5 hours. No, we're not going to do. See, it's 3 hours. That's not enough. We want to have. Let's see if we go 80. 4 hours. That brings us up to 5. So we can do 90. 4 hours, 30 minutes. That'll bring us up to that. Okay, perfect. No, dithering. Back that off to 80. 85, 4 hours and 15 minutes. Group by, yes, first that, go to home, yes, perfect. All right. Shuts off, good, shut down. Perfect. All right. We've saved that for, I'm going to give this a go on Markarian's chain. Yes, not the best filter to be using for a galaxy. However, I think for 4 hours worth of data, and hopefully everything looks all right in the end, I think we'll come up with some data that we can work on for Saturday's stream. If nothing else, we have some things to work on, so that there are going to be some options. There will be some, so we have some choices to make. But yes, I am going to say that we're probably going to call it a stream, call it a wonderful evening from now, or for now. It's always wonderful to have you guys in here. It has been a wonderful, wonderful stream. I'm so happy to be able to be imaging tonight, and just to be able to share the night sky with everybody. And when at a time when I thought that possibly we were going to be off for like a week, and that wonderfully quickly changed. That changed for the better. Always happy to share this night sky with everybody. We are running an imaging session that will last 4 hours on Markarian's chain, a series of galaxies constantly in Virgo. So I'm gonna have to save all the footage from I have to run through all this for the outdoor camera, because we've seen some meteors flying through. And if you did see any, I hope that maybe there may have been some clips. Who knows? And we'll check those out and see if we have any confirmed throughout the night, because there were a few larger ones. Yes, and I do wish you all a very happy New Year, and glad to see you here for 2022. And again, hopefully we all get some more W's as the year progresses, which is always wonderful to have. So I think what we're going to do is, who do we have on tonight? Who do we have? I don't think I've actually been streaming this late before. Let's see. So we have this somebody who is doing something cool. Oh my goodness! All right.
Anyway, I can make.
Let's go with
Bed.
All right.
There she goes. Belle took care of it again.
We will.
Like, I'm not having any of this.
Let's go for some crazy things here. Let's go for some. All right. Here are our. I appreciate you guys hanging out there. Sorry about that. Here are our raid messages. Oh. That's not it. The subscriber message. That's not wrong. Okay. Forget the subscriber message. Let's just go with the. Let's just go with that one. The globe with Carl Sagan. Copy that emote. Copy that one in there. We'll use that one for our raid. For the raid, I think what we're going to do is we're going to send you guys over to Panfred Nudo. Now, we didn't do a Lego stream today, but I'll send you guys over to Panfred Nudo, who is building the Sonic the Hedgehog set, which looks absolutely incredible. So I do appreciate you guys hanging out today. And for those who are hanging out, we'd like to check out the Discord, and our Instagram and Twitter is going to have any updates of when we're going to go live next. Tonight was a bit of an anomaly because there was like no notification that we were going live. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. It has been, and spending time, and those who have cheered bits, and those who spent time with us, and those who subscribed and resubscribed. And also a massive thanks to our rating parties of Shelby Cake, and I guess I want to get these right. We had Shelby Cake and a raid from the Guar, as well as Freckled Science and Hein TV. It has been absolutely fantastic to have you all in here tonight. Hope you enjoyed your time here. And again, if there's any other questions that you have about astrophotography or astronomy, I'm always happy to answer those questions. We have started our imaging session on Markarian's chain, which is looking very nice, really nice. So I'm looking forward to editing that in the coming days, which will be on our Saturday stream. But we will be back Friday night, barring any other clear skies, if we're going to have those If those are going to be occurring, we will jump in on a surprise stream. If not, we'll see you on Friday for our astronomy chat. And like I said, we're going to send the love over to Panfred Nudo. He's doing a Lego build. He's a fantastic Lego streamer and always entertaining to be in the chat there. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate you to absolutely no end. Once again, thank you to everybody who participated and those who lurked. You guys are the true and the true supporters in Twitch. You help make the Twitch world go round with your lurks. So it has been an absolute pleasure. I have had so much fun tonight and so glad that we were able to get the telescope out and imaging. Until then, I've been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, a very good night, a very happy new year to everybody, and we will see you again real soon. Take care. Groggy Night, thank you so much.